If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm a baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue and her toes feel like white. They complete me, met out at the soul for my leg. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.
What is up, party people? All right, today's going to be an interesting one because I don't really have much planned, but I want to have a lot to talk about. I've been doing a lot of conversating about religion lately. It's not the funnest, but it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure I've made it pretty clear for myself that when it comes to religion, I am very open to it. I don't believe in a creator. Let's get that straight. I want to make it so everyone understands where I come from. Don't believe in a creator. I understand why religion is a thing. I understand why it is important to a lot of people. At no point do I feel the need to bash it at all. To me, it's not a logical outcome to something that isn't the same rationale that I have. One of those things, it's kind of like if I don't understand how faith works, right? I don't understand how you have faith in a God, then my argument that there isn't a God isn't going to change your thoughts, which is also why I don't like do religious debates. I do have my opinions and I am going to ask a lot of questions, but at no point do I ever argue there is no God because I don't know. And I think that's the only real honest answer to it. I bring the topic up because last night I was on a panel. Wow, that panel turned crazy. It's crazy that that it's a religious talk that I was involved in when some crazy shit ended up happening. What's up, the gathering? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you want people to know who you are. I know who you are though. So, hello. What's up, Shawn? What's up, Tony V? Sean Smith says, "Is that your belief?" Yes. There not being a creator is 1,000% my belief. Absolutely. I 100% think that way. What's up, Al? AKA Noah. How you doing, sir? But when it comes, like I said, when it comes to this concept that there is a God, I understand it. I get why it works for some people because it does. What's up? I don't know. I don't think there's any way to even pronounce that name. Yeah, 1 second. You're all right. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how to say your name, but you say, "What's my current view on the final experiment?" Very, very simple. Okay. What's up, Stacy? Okay. Thanks for. Yeah. Let me know when you start those up, and I'll definitely promote it. Okay, so what is my view on the final experiment? My views are, who the fuck is Will Duffy? That's one. The real thought on Will Duffy is this. I don't know who he is. I think the idea of what he wants to do is amazing. It's great. It's a great idea. I not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. I would love to go to Antarctica. But now here's the thing. I didn't like the way they said, if any of these content creators said that there is no 24-hour sun, we expect them to take this invitation. So what Duffy did is made a list of 24 people, flat Earth content creators that they thought were relevant enough, that if they went, it would change flat Earth for good. It would end it. And then because of that, it put a bad taste in my mouth, because when Globers took on to the final experiment, what ended up happening is this. They ran around telling every flat earther that this was the final experiment, that this was going to end flat Earth, and they would all fucking have to bow to the globe. That was basically the perception of the final experiment on the Glober side. Because I was flat Earth, I completely understand what would actually happen. I knew right away that it would be not the final experiment. One, is not even an experiment. Final observation is a better way of saying it. And then we get to the crux of it. Now we are at the point where we have the people that would go, right? That'd be the Dave blah, blah, blah. I don't even know. The Glober, the pointless Glober going, as far as I'm concerned. Jaron and tentatively Witsit. Now, here's where I have an issue. There is zero, and I say zero, confirmation through Antarctic Logistics Expedition and Duffy. I've said this many times. I've looked on the website. I've checked this out. So when I say this, I know it's not bullshit. Those spots do fill up every year. And one of the things that Antarctic Logistics prefers happens is that a company, because typically companies do this, families and stuff, but what ends up happening is they go, hey, we need, you call them up, hey, Antarctic Logistics, I got 4 people that I want to come out there with. We got our passports, and et cetera, et cetera. We're going to take the flight, blah, blah, blah. Or we're going to meet your company in South America. And they go, do you want to make a deposit? Now, for that deposit, you don't need people's names, medicals, and passports. All you're doing is reserving 4 beds at Antarctic Logistics. Will Duffy should have done that when he came to this, what I call community, and spouted about the final experiment. He should have these spots, and we're going to fill them and go. As of right now, like I said, the biggest issue is there's zero deposit. There's zero confirmation that Duffy is serious about this. As far as I'm concerned, he's just doing a lot of fucking look at me. I showed in the interview that I had, and then after that, it was very clear that this isn't a shape thing to him. He doesn't give a fuck about the shape. This is tell the flat earthers that say the Bible says it's flat, get rid of them. Don't want them around anymore. They need to stop saying that shit because it's a threat to my congregation. I'm not sure if anybody remembers this. I'll play this real quick. Let me go in the chat just so I can see what you guys are saying. With the name I can't pronounce, the ones they expected would go are the ones who claimed they would go before, though, such as Dave Weiss. He was on a video claiming he wanted to go. It's not like they expected literally everyone to go. I understand that. The problem is one, Dave Weiss is a fucking scammer. Two, it doesn't matter if they made a video saying they wanted to go to Antarctica about 5 years ago. That doesn't mean, hey, I'm ready in my life to just pack up and go somewhere for 2 weeks. And I want everyone, and I said this before, this isn't just ticket to Antarctica? Okay, be back. It's your life stops, right? The situation with like Witsit, new baby, et cetera, et cetera. Like there are actual reasons that even if someone says, hey, I want to go to Antarctica. Like for instance, if I go, hey, I want to go to Antarctica, and for some odd reason, Keegan drops out, and for some flip of a coin, there is a God. Duffy hits me up and goes, hey, Shawn, we're going to Antarctica. You ready? I'm going to go, yes. Let me make sure I can, though. I got a son, I got a job, I got a wife. Like I got things going on that would have to be put on hold. And yes, this is a very big deal, right? Considering what's going on. But at the same time, it's not you said you would go 5 years ago, you're going. Okay, it's not going to be that way. But yeah, David Weiss is a fucking scammer. I don't really care much about him or whether or not he says he's going to go. That is literally someone who's made millions off flat Earth and really has nothing to show for it, except for some stolen apps. But once the offer appears, Weiss goes around with every weak point. Yeah, he's a bullshitter. Also, Pastor Will Duffy. I don't know why I'm using that one. Let me see here. Let me say Pastor Will Duffy. Yeah, that's Pastor Duffy's fellowship congregation. Oh, I was going to play this real quick. This is so I interviewed Duffy. That's in the live stream ones. If I get a chance, I'll grab that link. One of the things that me and a group of us had found when I had confirmed that I was going to interview Duffy was this clip. This is how I knew it didn't have anything to do with shape of the earth. And this is another part about Duffy, that there's a lot of shadiness happening with him. Shadiness as in a lot of background stuff, a lot of things going on, a lot of manipulation of his reasonings. I'll play this and I'll explain what I just said. It'll make more sense.
As you can see, the flat earth ideology is now being associated with the Christian religion, specifically the Bible. If people are told by Christians that the Bible teaches a flat earth, that will all but guarantee they will lose any interest whatsoever in ever reading the Bible or taking it seriously. This is something that must be dealt with now before it gets out of hand. And at AKF, we are a small church that likes to do big things. So we are facing this head on, and stay tuned as next week we will be providing irrefutable evidence that we live on a globe, and coming in 2024, we are working on something massive which we think will finally put this flat earth idea to bed for good.
Yeah. So like I said, this isn't really, he has false motivation syndrome. I don't know what you call it. I like that term though. Not sure. I heard people say, and I was corrected at one point, saying that he had never talked about him being a young earth creationist. But I will say this. He wasn't talking to the majority of us through young earth creationist arguments. He was very much so coming off as if it had nothing to do with religion. It had everything to do with his friend Wendy. And because of that, he was interested. And because he's rich, he can fix this, right? It wasn't until I posted that or played that. He played it for him too. And and I started talking out about him being young earth creationist, that it became very clear to me that he knew he was pandering to atheists And because if you're pandering to atheists, the last thing you're going to do is go, hey, I'm a young earth creationist, and this is my view. This is why I'm actually here. Remember, he was like, my friend Wendy and Facebook. The dude's been talking about flat earth for 2-3 years now to his congregation. This isn't new to him. Like I said, like that clip said, this is 100% a religious motivated thing to him. He doesn't care about shape. He just needs our eyes. You asked a question. You said, what kind of confirmation? I'm not sure what you mean. When you, for this situation, because of the logistics of what's going on, meaning Antarctica Logistics has to fly everyone to Antarctica. They have to room and board them. They have to have everything prepared for this expedition, so to speak. And doing so, those spots at Antarctica fill up. For instance, if me and you wanted to go to Antarctica, to this place, I would call them and say, hey, I'd like to reserve 2 spots so that they don't get filled up. They go, okay, what's your name? Blah, 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 blah. Then what happens is you pay them the deposit, and then you go and do all your stuff. Your medical, because remember, you wouldn't go do medical. You wouldn't go sit and get your passports. You wouldn't book a flight to South America unless you had it already booked. Everything in place. So what you would do is what we would do is we would reserve our spots and then start doing everything we got to do to get there. Duffy 1000% could have paid Antarctica Logistics. I don't know what it is. They could have paid them $1,000 per person or something to reserve the spots on the airplane to get for the airliner from South America to Antarctica. The rooms, all those things would be booked. They'd be, your spots are here, and that would have gave credence to Duffy's whole, I want to do a whole contract thing where to make sure the flat earthers don't back out last minute. Those contracts can't even be drafted, can't even be talked about to be signed until Duffy's put a deposit, until he has something to fucking lose. As of right now, he's still doing uploads. He's still talking shit. He's still talking about how it's going to end this, it's going to end that, but he hasn't confirmed anything yet. And that's a problem. It's a big problem. I think, and I said this on a few streams ago, I did a poll. How many people think that now that Jaron has said he'd go and Whitsitt has said he'd tentatively go, isn't it time for everyone to start pushing Duffy now? Duffy, where's the confirmation now? Let's find out that you're serious now, Duffy. Because here's the biggest problem. I've been around for almost 10 years now, and I've seen this a lot. I've seen a lot of people come in and go, hey, I'm rich. Hey, I got this idea. Hey, I can finish in this. And what ends up happening? They disappear. Or in like the Greater Sapien situation, they get scammed. What is up, Shawn? How you doing, sir?
Outstanding. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty damn good this morning. Just trying to answer some of these questions from a name I can't read. Gets crazy when people do that. What is your thoughts on the final experiment?
So, I agree with you. I think that that Duffy should have had something in place, something tangible that he could say, "Hey, look, here is this, and here is all the information. Here's the deposit." Like you said, I mean, having that deposit, he could switch the names at any point, basically, to whoever. But he could have had something in place. This is where we're staying. This is what we're doing. This is the company that we're going through. Something. But so far it's still all. We're doing this experiment.
I'm not sure if you were talking to me in the chat, but what's up, Al? What's up, Noah? I never said Duffy was the devil. I didn't say he won't go because he's the devil, a demon. I said I don't think he'd go. I don't think it's going to happen. Or I'm leaning towards it more not happening because of the past of people like this saying they have this great idea of how they're going to solve everything. I didn't say he was a demon though, not at all.
I would say that out of all the quote unquote experiments that have been brought up, there's only been a handful that have actually been completed, or that flat earthers actually showed up when they were offered to go to. Um, Blue Marble Science has offered people to come do an experiment with him. Shoe Bill has offered for them to come do an experiment with him. Multiple times it's been offered. Um, the other one is the same on the other side of the boat. Is the people doing the stuff over at the Salton Sea. Dan, Dan the Waterman.
Mhm.
So, I think there's a failure on both ends to actually follow through you know with these experiments.
Oh, absolutely. To answer what you just said in the chat, name I can't say, said you guys are claiming he doesn't have anything in place. How do you know this? I don't know about his communications with the company. Do you? Again, yes, I do. I literally interviewed Duffy. I had Duffy on this panel and I asked him these questions. I have also, because I am very opinionated about this final observation, I have literally gone and listened to Duffy talk about this situation. Duffy has nothing in place. There's no commitments made with NR Logistics. As far as it's gone so far, Duffy has literally called them and said, "Hey, I want to bring 4 people down. We want to do some observations." And they said, "What type of observations?" He said, "We want to record the 24-hour sun." And they said, "Yeah, go ahead. You guys are more than welcome to stay up like idiots all fucking night and look at the sun. We don't care." And he said, "Hey, there are other things we want to do, like fly a drone." And he went, "You have to get permission to fly a drone here. You're more than welcome to bring it, though. Just understand that depending on conditions and situations, you may not be able to fly it." "Oh, well, what else can we do there?" "Well, you guys are pretty much free reign around the site. You guys can do any other experiment, anything you want to do within those guides. Ask permission before you do something outside of the events and things we have." And Duffy said, "Okay, perfect. I'll call you back." That is as far as it's gone. Duffy told me, he's told other people as of, I'll say, 2 weeks ago when I posted the Witsit answers to Duffy's invitation. That's in my videos and my uploads. From that point on, I've been watching and going, I'm now waiting for that deposit to go in. Now I'm waiting for him to say he's confirmed some shit. So name I can't say, that's how I know. What's up, Al? I'm gonna call you Noah. I know you guys know.
What's up? What's up?
Not much.
Yeah, like
What
he
are your
definitely. I didn't know like what you just said right there. He doesn't really have that much in place, right? So he's just bluffing. Like he's just going out there doing a whole bunch of podcasts, but he really doesn't have much to show for, right?
I will not say bluffing, but Witsit said it perfectly. Witsit said, Witsit was like, like I said, I'll tentatively go. He says, but he's like, I really don't want to go. But then he said this. He said, but I'm willing to call your bluff. Because Witsit said, I'm not. He said, if I say I'm going to go, I'm going to go. I'm not going to. I don't back out. And I honestly don't think Witsit would back out if he says I'll go.
Same.
But the important part was he said, I'm willing to call your bluff, though. And to me, that says a lot.
Yeah, because that's all I see it as for right now. Just a major bluff. That's all I see it as right now. Sorry, but I'll have to go back and look at your interview that you had with him. But yeah, I did look at the interview he had with Witsit, and I wasn't all that impressed. Right?
Yeah. I will say this. This is, and again, I interviewed him, so I'm calling myself out on this. With so, you know what? No, there has only been 2 people that I know of that interviewed Duffy and grilled him, like grilled him. That would be Z and Awakened Souls. Those are the only two interviews I've seen that grilled him. But something that happens that I saw with Wits that is weird, right? There's all this animosity, all this I'm going to catch you saying something stupid to Duffy. And then you do the interview, and the fucker's a good dude. Like, he's not an asshole at all. So it's like, it's very difficult to go, you're fucking lying. So you have to like stumble your way around it. It's super weird. I'm going to answer this real quick. He said, I asked about trips, but your arguments are stumbling on reservations. I don't see how those are related. Okay. The reservations guarantee a spot for the trip. Duffy didn't need to know exactly who was going to reserve the spots there for the trip. It's very simple. Why do you do that? Because the spots fill up. Is there anything else you need me to explain for you? Because that seemed pretty simple. Okay, let's see if it happens. Then what's your opinion on the results? Do you agree David's app would be refuted? Absolutely. Yeah, man. Yes. 24-hour sun, AE map refuted.
I agree with that.
That's as simple as it gets. That's as far as it's going to go for Flat Earth. Everyone that's like, Flat Earth is dead. We're all going to fucking march and have a big ass bonfire in the middle of town square and flip a couple police. Like, get the fuck over that shit. At best, at the very fucking best, motherfuckers, the AE map stops getting used. That's it.
I mean, it's still going to be used, right? It just won't have the same, the same backing behind it, I guess.
Well, there will be not only with the AE map, but in any situation, anyone that says a 24-hour sun doesn't happen would have to somehow integrate a 24-hour sun in the south.
Sure.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing as like if we find out something about gravity that just throws everything the fuck off, the one thing that we still have to account for is everything before it. That constant 9.8, that will be part of whatever in 1,000 years we figure out about this effect. 9.8 will still be part of that. Like, so you know what I mean? Everything that we figured out will be part.
Yeah. I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, there's still a mystery to the cause of gravity, right? If you will.
Yes. So here's the thing. For me, abso-fucking-lutely. We do not know the cause. We can only observe the effects, and those effects we call gravity. Some will tell you it's the bending of space-time, which is the cause of gravity. And that's a very half-ass answer, I think. I think that's one part of why, but not the actual cause. But that's a situation for almost anything you think is the reason for it falls.
Yeah, it's a really good way to elusively say what it is, so you're not really getting to the point, right? You're just adding some more detailed explanation, but
yeah. Well, here's the thing. In science, you are always working backwards, right? Because gravity, or the effect, this phenomena is a better way of saying it, has always happened. So you're always starting from the conclusion, things fall. Why? And you have to work backwards now. And because of you having to work backwards, I think what ends up happening is you expect an answer, but you've already got the answer. Things fall. That makes sense?
Yeah, the observation is always true, right? It's just...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and our interpretation of that explanation is what starts falling off. That's when the philosophical debate starts happening.
Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of people, certainly Globers, don't touch on philosophy a lot.
A lot of them are scared.
Because their theological account is the Big Bang, right? Which is not really, which won't really provide you like a spiritual, like path or something. You know?
Well,
Just
that depends. I don't know, because I know religious Globers. I think there's a very big misconception about the Big Bang. I don't even think science claims it's the start of everything.
Then what is the start of everything? Right?
Creation.
Well, you say you didn't agree with creation, though.
No. I will always admit that no matter how long ago it was, something started something. Now, was it a chemical thing? Was it something? I don't know. That's the underlying. I don't know. I don't know what caused creation. Is it a god? Is it a chemical? Is it a particle interaction? I don't know.
Yeah, we can. You know, this, like you said, it touches back on philosophy and yeah, all sorts of. We can delve deeper into that. I mean, we can just stay.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I actually prefer and enjoy a philosophical conversation about all of these things, because I think what happens is, and I have evidence, and you can see it every day when people talk about these topics, is there are people that are scared of philosophy, as if philosophy has nothing to do with science. And to me, that is very odd. Philosophy is extremely important.
More
when
precisely,
it comes to science.
Metaphysics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost as if, well, I know why, and Globers hate when I do this because it's called being honest, motherfuckers. It's easier to stay simplistic in an explanation, because the more precise you get in these topics, the more holes there are, and the more I don't knows have to be said, and they don't like saying I don't know. Splurge, hang on. Splurge says, how do they know they are traveling to Antarctica? For all flat Earth knows they are probably heading for Hollywood. Perfect. That's a great thing. One, the travel time and direction can be shown. Any flat earther can get a compass and hold that shit up to their face and watch what direction they're going. More importantly, and this is the most important part, from South America, the flight is, I believe, 4.5 hours. And then you see snow. So if you're in South America, which probably won't be hard to prove, I mean, come on, you're going to be in South America. How could you possibly get to anything with snow on it that fast? So that's how I would think they would know where they are. Simply, once you're in South America, that argument no longer works, I don't think. That statement was wrong. There doesn't have to be something that started everything. Yes, there does. It absolutely does. The answer to what it is doesn't have to be answered. That's the only doesn't have to be answered. Shit just happens regardless.
Yeah, like that's you can touch back on the the monkeys on a typewriter analogy, right? You can have like 10,000 monkeys typing on a typewriter; they'll never produce a Shakespeare text.
How much time are you willing to give?
I mean, the probability that they'll come up with a Shakespearean text is like none, right? Or it's like 1 out of like so much zeros, right? I think they actually came up with a number,
but the problem is, and I'm not saying you can't, I'm just using you as an example, but that's like saying, if you gave Noah 10,000 years, would he be able to write like Shakespeare?
Like probably, because we're human, right? We're not monkeys. Monkeys are limited, right? So they would never have the mental capacity to do it. It would be sheer luck. It would be sheer luck, right? And that luck is a lot of zeros. Yeah, we are limited.
Wait, what? Yeah, so I mean, everything's limited. If you said, the monkey typewriter thing is kind of one of those things where I think it's a slide at evolution, but at the same time, there are things we can't do, so we are limited. So the limitation argument doesn't work for that.
Yeah, there's stuff we can't do for sure, but that's not all on purpose, I would say, right? Because if
What do
we,
you mean?
like you said, we're
What-
limited. We only see like not even 1% of the EMR spectrum, right? So
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah. We don't.
exactly. But
Yeah,
imagine
that
if we did see all that, like we wouldn't even be able to live our lives. So we're like limited on purpose. And
I think we're limited. We're limited by the ability to gain that knowledge. More importantly, we're not. We understand that we're limited to the information we can get, and because of that, this is one of the big reasons science doesn't do the proof thing, because of those limitations. James Webb is a perfect example of where science goes. We want to see if what we think is right is right. We want to try to figure these things out. Hey, this is wrong. We thought this, and it's not correct.
so yeah, I don't really see how you brought the James Webb Space Telescope in here.
Just the limitations of that we have and our understanding of how things work because of it's just one more step to being able to expand that limitation. And because of that, I think in a standpoint of the monkey keyboard thing, if you give them enough time, you never know.
Yeah, but the probability is just so much zeros. Like I don't know if you ever seen the stat itself, but
I don't think it'd be zero.
no, exactly. But it's like 0.00000 is like one, like but like so much zeros.
Yeah, but 100 years ago, they had monkeys, right, in zoos, and they made them do fucking tricks and stuff. And if they would have said, "Hey, we're gonna be able to communicate with these damn things," they'd have been like, "Monkeys can't do that. It's impossible." Now we got monkeys that can do sign language, the whole nine, right? They can actually communicate with us.
Yeah,
So
but
there is,
that's only thanks to us, though. I mean, they wouldn't be able to do that if
yeah.
we didn't father them, type shit.
No, I don't believe that at all. You don't think animals communicate?
Well, you think if we didn't teach monkeys anything, like you said, these things, how to do them, like you think they would actually build like a city? Like no, they would just live in the
Yes.
trees and do what they do, bro.
Okay.
They have
Define
okay, go ahead.
define a city.
Well, I mean, like a supermarket down the street. You got all these stores, right? Clothing stores and all that. Like a monkey can't do that. He would always be naked in the forest. Like,
Wait, so monkeys don't have areas in the forest that they know they can get their food?
oh, sure they do, but I mean, like I'm saying, they're not civilized, right?
Oh,
I
they're
mean, like
civilized.
no, yeah, but like not like us, dude. Like I don't know, it's not comparable.
It is comparable.
What do you mean it's
But
comparable?
if you're saying that the
Like,
source of civilization is us, then you're only applying it from your own metric. And
just
if you look at every other species on the planet, they all have their own hierarchy and society altogether.
well, I mean, it's predator versus prey, right? So survival of the fittest. But what I wanted to,
In certain instances, in certain instances, yes. In other instances, you'll see animals working together, or in symbiosis to continue survival.
Like us.
yeah, but what I'm ultimately saying is that a monkey can't look at the sun and the moon and contemplate and like map out the entire sky. Like they can't do these things, right? But yeah,
Well,
obviously everybody agrees with that, right?
is that a limitation that you presented to them? Because until you can communicate with them, you don't know what they're thinking.
Which is a huge problem.
Dude, we know that they're thinking about like really basic stuff.
Like what?
Like what? Like just fucking like they're just having a good time, man. Like they're probably looking for a girl, like you said, they want to eat and stuff.
Isn't that what we're doing right now? Having a good time, chilling.
Yeah,
Some of
yeah,
us
of
looking for
course,
a woman. I'm
bro.
just
But
trying to see I'm just trying to find that difference that you're talking about.
well, the difference is that they're animals, right? They're not like us. They're not.
We're animals.
They don't have an ego. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't have
Yes, they do.
an I
What?
am. They
What
don't
are
have
you
an ego.
talking about? You don't think the alpha fucking monkey walks around knowing he's a fucking alpha? That's an ego right there. Bullies people, bullies monkey. I'm sorry, bullies monkeys. Fucking takes all the female. Like, no, monkeys have egos too.
Well, I would say that's in like innate in him, right? I don't think that
Well,
he's
it's
conscious.
innate in us.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Like, yeah, that's a good example. Like, yeah, there is alpha monkeys doing
Mm.
some stuff.
Dude, you may not like this, but we're animals.
Yeah, but we're like the final creation. We're like one step further. We're like, yeah, we're like one
So
step further, dude.
I would say that we adapted pretty quickly. But all in all, I wouldn't say that we are the shining example of evolution. Considering we have to adapt our environment to suit us. Otherwise, we all pretty much perish. I would say that we are not the height of evolution.
I think we're on the digress, if anything. Our
Sure, we might be.
smarts.
Go ahead.
I just think us being of all the animal species the smartest. What's happened is we've adapted to make our lives easier, which has also made us softer. So when shit really goes down, we are on the bottom of the fucking food chain.
You think so? Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Personally, I'm fine. And I say this confidently. For 20 years, I have looked into, studied, experienced backpacking, just being off the grid, surviving without a supermarket. I'd say 90% of the United States, because I can't speak for the world, is fucked. If apocalypse happened, 90% of people would die because they wouldn't know how to survive. They're soft.
I think they know how to survive. Like if the whole grid was shut down like tonight, right? In 48 hours, every single store would be cleaned out, and then it would start becoming, like you said, more of like a monkey world, probably.
More chaotic.
Yeah, more chaotic.
And then what would happen is because people are so used to the creature comforts of society, they would steal from their neighbors to keep that comfort until there's nothing left to steal. And then what would happen is more chaos. And then we'd just regress into this hierarchy thing again. It'd be anarchy, and then we'd start a government system. It'd just be a progressive flow of over and over again. The problem starts when you think that you could survive, right? Because then you realize you can't, and that's when you start doing really stupid shit like stealing and killing and all that stuff for survival. Then you just go right back to being a full-fledged forest animal.
But then it comes back to I think that humans have something more like imagination, empathy,
You never seen
intuition, right? Because animals have more instincts. We can intuit.
Yeah, but again, there are people that are sitting in jail right now that I could make the same argument that have no that just are spur of the moment type people. They don't think things through. I can't say that a monkey imagines, because I don't know, but they have structure. They have empathy. I've seen documentaries where something or a member will die, and the whole will crowd around it. Some are crying, some will mourn for months. They have empathy. Absolutely, they do. Some don't, but a lot of animals do. I think we'd have to stay to the mammal world to really hold that point in.
Yeah. Yeah, you're allowed to make that point. It's a valid point, dude, but it's not concrete for me.
Well, nothing is concrete. That's why it's philosophy. That's why it's our thoughts expressed as opinions. But I mean, what is the you were trying to give me distinguishing factors between an animal and us, or a monkey and us, or whatever situation you're trying to show that way, because I'm just trying to lay out the fact that we are animals and just our creature comforts. Go ahead.
I'm saying, yeah, we could just look at the infrastructure, right? And they would just never be able to do that, right? Which is, we're highly like, we're on another level. You know what I mean? It's not the same. Like, yeah, we have dominion over these monkeys, right? We should, if anything, we should.
I would actually absolutely agree with you that we are something above them. Something we absolutely are definitely more special than they are, obviously. The difference is I think when you look at it, you're looking at it in a very superficial way, when I'm looking at it more of a natural way of nature. When I say that, I mean it like this. We have made buildings. I live in a house. To say that a monkey will never build a house, to me, is ridiculous, because I can show you right now that monkeys make beds, and they have trees that they live in for years, and families that live in that tree, and they have a community, and it's all the same to me. There's no difference. Yeah, we're smarter and we do more, but ultimately it's the same fucking thing. We fly rockets. Yeah, well, they figure out new ways of hunting and new ways of communicating with other little groups. And I mean, it's the innovation of what something does, not the specific of what something does.
Okay, I'll let that go. I feel like, yeah, I feel like you're bringing up good points, and we seem to agree on some some points, right? But yeah, like you say, they can build a house. I'd say no, a monkey would never build a house. I mean, probably a tree house, type shit, but
it can build a home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what do they call a home?
But anyone would call a home, place to lay your head down. Some people, so you got to think, some people don't want a roof.
Well, and they will use tools if necessary, like just a simple stick to get out termites to eat and stuff. So the concept of tools used to be like the deciding factor between the quote unquote thinking person and the ape, but then we started to see them actually use tools, and it kind of revolutionized how we think about it.
Mm-hmm. And a monkey using a stick is literally the same thing as us having 3D printing. Sounds weird that I said that.
He's doing that for survival, right? So if he's not getting that stick, he's not getting nutrients. So
right, but the mother of all invention, is the necessity of it, right?
Exactly.
If it, for people, going back, the wheel or something of that nature. We created that because we needed it.
And a monkey grabbing a stick to get termites shows that monkey thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Conscious.
I don't know about conscious.
Why? It knows it needs to eat. It knows it needs to figure something out. That's a conscious ability.
Yeah, but that's just programming, right? Because all other animals have different, programs. But
everything we do programming? Everything you think and feel is a programming of which you've been installed throughout your life?
Sure, like I program my my routine or whatever. Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. And
I can change it at any moment, right? I can just be a whole different person in a whole different city. But like, I don't think a monkey can do that, right?
Monkeys don't migrate.
Yeah, but they just can't reinvent themselves, right? They're just monkeys, dude.
What are you talking about? monkeys leave their little groups, and one becomes an alpha somewhere else, or one becomes or was an alpha, gets kicked out and becomes the bitch of another, or becomes an alpha of another. They do this all the time. All the time.
This whole alpha thing is funny. Then. Yeah.
It just it just shows that they aren't all the same, and they don't look at each other all the same. So they do have a conscious idea of what a community is, a hierarchy is. That takes conscious. You can't just there's no hierarchy and a clutter of snakes. No one snake does not think the other snake is better than the other. As far as they're all concerned, they're just snakes. There's an argument there for what you're saying, but we were talking about monkeys in comparison to humans, and to me, there's almost no difference in the simplicity of the conversation.
Yeah, I seem to draw the line. Like I do agree that they have perceptions, they have inner sensations. But where I draw the line is, being self-conscious and being an individual, right? Because like you said, most likely they have they work as a group, right? I never seen a solo monkey just doing his own thing, right? Well, I mean, yeah, it's probably a solo monkey. But.
Yeah, it happens. But what would you define as conscious or self-aware, I guess?
I mean, self-aware of your surroundings, right? Yeah, like they're not self-aware that they're monkeys, right? They're just monkeys doing monkey stuff, dude. Monkey business, right? They're not.
What if they were like, we're blahs, and as far as they were concerned, they were like, they taught their young, we're blahs, and that is the enemy. Like that's predator. They'll try to eat us. That's prey. We want that. I'm assuming they do, because they're not trying to fuck they're not trying to procreate with tigers. They know what they are.
Yeah. But like what I'm trying to say here is that a human can be a monkey, but a monkey can't be a human, right? So we have a similar DNA, like 98% or something, like really similar, but we have some genes that vary so differently that they could just, that's why I draw the line.
But don't we have genes that varied as well?
Yeah, but we have we have that extra something, right? But it is what it is. Like I told you, like we do have similarities, and I agree with that.
I see what you're saying. There is a definite line drawn between what a human and a monkey is. I just don't think that the superficial things that you listed for the differences are the reasons. I think the biggest difference between us and monkeys is language. I think that's the biggest difference between.
Do you think the different monkey tribes have different, monkey jargon type shit? Like, do you think they communicate differently, or they just all communicate the same because it's like inherent in them?
Nope. I think they absolutely have different dialogues, other just ways of communicating. I think are 100% different. I say that because there are other mammal species, us being one, that do the same thing. There's a really good study about the killer whales. There's a few pods of killer whales from like Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, that have different dialogues, different speech and communication patterns in which they talk different around the world. So they definitely have different language, I guess you would say.
Yeah, they communicate through sound waves. Right?
But clicks, they're different duration, different peaks, and et cetera, as to how they distinguish between the different whales. That's how they would do the same thing with these other ones. It would just be a different click sounds and pitches and frequencies from other killer whales from different areas. Now, if you had a monkey from Africa and you put him together with a monkey from Canada, I know. Would they communicate? I don't know. It's a good question.
Like they're would it be, you know, similar? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's actually a good question. Will they have? See, here's the problem. How do you know what they're saying when they're trying to communicate? That's the problem, because I'm pretty sure they have tigers and lions from different regions that are in the same cages. But then again, so do we. There are people around us that we don't understand them, and they don't understand us. So I guess they can, regardless of that part.
I mean, eventually we do come together to figure out some sort of communication, you know. But yeah, we do have different dialects and cultures and stuff around the world.
See, that's the one thing that I think is weird, and that I don't understand why. And this is to people that believe in creation or a creator. Why do you think we are so much different from animals when in reality we are animals, but there's really no descriptions of which you could separate the two? I think, like I said, the only thing that separates us is our softness, what we've applied to make us softer.
Well, like we can touch back on religion, right? So we know that we're constantly, if you will, being observed, right? We're self-aware that our actions will have some consequences, right? And I don't think animals per se operate within those parameters.
What do you mean?
Meaning that, you know, animals will be animals. You know, they're going to kill each other. They're going to do what they have to do, and they're not self-aware of their actions, right? It's.
Well, but hang on, that doesn't do. But we know that monkeys don't just senselessly kill each other; they kill enemies. They kill feuding other monkeys are feuding with. They, enemies. I think I said that already. We do the again. I'm always going to fall back. We do the same thing.
But that touches back about, like, we can even look at, at bees. They just do what they do. They seem to have some, inherent program. You know what I mean? But yeah. So I lost my train of thought, dude.
No worries. Bees.
Yeah, it's like an unconscious, like collective hive mind, right? They're just.
Don't we see that with humans?
The collective unconscious. Yeah, we do see that with humans.
I get what you're saying, though, and I will absolutely say, and I'm going to compare with humans because it's fun too. There definitely are species out there that are not capable of what we're talking about. I would say a bee does not know it's a bee. I think a bee is probably programmed all to hell to just do what it's programmed to do, and outside of that, it doesn't. But at the same time, bees don't use tools. Bees don't. Bees build a house. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where we draw this line of sentient.
Yeah. Like a bee is, like you said, a bee is definitely not sentient as much as an animal, right? Because anima, like literally means with a soul. So there's clearly a distinction there. So animals have a soul. They have inner sensations, perceptions.
What's a soul, though? What would you define a soul as?
The very essence keeping you running right now. That's what I would. But and actually, not. I think that doesn't. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't really correlate though, because what keeps a bee going?
Do bees go to heaven? Then they don't have a soul.
We know all dogs go to heaven.
Yep, dogs have souls. I think they fall under all the things that you know, compassion, the whole nine. And I don't think they're programmed either, because I got one dog that listens, and I got one dog that doesn't listen to shit. And he knows how to do the stuff I tell him to do. So he's programmed with will, with free will.
Yeah, he has a different personality, I guess. Right?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's a good question. You believe we have free will? And
No, I think it's not actualized. Like I said, you know, everybody has everybody can have free will, but very few actually actualize this tool, if you will. Right?
Okay, what if? And this is me, devil advocate, because I don't believe in a creator, but I am open. What if? See, I lost my train of thought now. God. Okay, got it. I got it back now. What if God has, quote unquote, programmed us? You know, like my husky. He knows sit. He knows lay down. He knows come here. He knows outside, inside. He knows all the things, right? He's done them before on command. So he's programmed. That's a program. But he also has free will. So what if God has programmed everything into us, but the free will is being able to go outside the bounds of that?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Like, but I don't see how your dog has free will though.
If I go, Chief, come here, and he looks at me and then lays down, he has chosen not to answer to his program.
Sure. So, I mean, what if he was programmed not to answer your program? Like, I don't even know.
But I've had him since he was a puppy. I've never programmed him not to listen to me.
Yeah, I know, but there would probably be something that would trigger him not listening to you. Like, it wouldn't just not listen to you.
It's called being stubborn.
Yeah, sure.
And stubborn, I think, and here's the other thing. I don't think free will would be so much do whatever the fuck you want. I think free will would be comparable to emotions.
Free will comparable to emotions. So if you have if you're an emotional,
so
say you're further away from having free will. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So my dog, I tell him to sit, and he chooses not to because he's being stubborn. Being stubborn is the act of free will. Not him choosing not to sit. It's him being stubborn. The emotional aspect of life is what I feel is the free will part of it. Do I give that homeless guy $1? Right?
Well, I guess you let him have free will though, because you can actually punish him for being stubborn. And like,
yeah, isn't that what people say God does?
God punishes you? I don't think he punishes you in this life.
Don't you go to hell if you do too much wrong? Don't believe?
No, I think they're just a myth.
Wait, is there a heaven?
You know, there's a state of like eternal bliss. Like, if you want to call that heaven, sure. To me, when I look in the sky, I'm looking at the heavens, right? So, or well, at least what I can see of the heavens, right?
Then wouldn't there be a hell if there's a heaven?
No.
I feel like that's not right. I don't know, but I feel like it.
No, I think.
Then where would the devil be?
I think whether you you do evil things, you're still as equal as me or you, right?
Wait, is the devil real?
Well, the devil is more of an ego thing, right? So it's more of a in your head type shit, right?
Is God the same way?
No, I say See, you're asking a whole lot of questions. We didn't expound on.
I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I'm not sure if you knew, but I'm very open and wanting to understand. So
So
I
whether
do ask a lot of questions.
okay, well, whether you choose to do good or evil, I think God doesn't really care.
Then what determines if you go to heaven? Just the belief?
Not, the belief, maybe there's another more appropriate word for that though. Right?
Faith?
Even that, hold on. Maybe I can. I'm pretty sure I had a better word for this. I just forgot it.
No worries.
Yeah. Do you want to ask another question, dude?
No, okay. I mean, I got boatloads of questions. I actually have a list from the other night of 1,000 questions. Are you a young Earth creationist?
If I'm a young Earth creationist,
Yeah.
based off the historical data, I think anything beyond 13,000 BC or 12,000 BC is like pure imagination. So, like you can.
So you're around 6,000 years old.
No, I would disagree, but that's as far as we can look at the historical data, whether it be the Sumerian texts or clay tablets and stuff. Right, we only have a certain amount that we can use, to reference these things, right? Based off past information.
But the millions of years old thing you don't subscribe with.
Like dendrochronology and radiometric dating can be inaccurate because you're just going off the presupposition that everything was always the same, but things change.
Well, you could say that that is true with a lot of the things that we test the decay rate of.
Yeah, but they have a certain constants. They have constants that they appeal to. Mm-hmm. So, and those constants is basically assuming that nothing changes.
Yeah, true. But because of that is why it's not a precise dating. They can't say this fossil is 11 million and 2 years old. That's why there's always a big range when they do this dating, because they understand that there are different aspects of decay that happen. So you can't just say this is the only way this decay happens. They don't do that. Matter of fact, they just found out just recently that, and this is why I talk about young Earth creationists, the topic, because of these simple topics that I found, plus Duffy, would be the dinosaur tissue that they found, which showed us that our idea of how things are petrified into a fossil. Yeah. Petrified into a fossil. The time it takes can happen actually a lot faster.
Yeah, because there's been instances where like a fish would be eating another fish, and all of a sudden it got like flash frozen. Like that's still how we conserve the fossil. And like
you see that with like map. Well,
when insects eating other insects, and then boom, they got hit by tree sap, right? So now they're part of an amber fossil.
Yeah, that'd be a good way. Those are different ways of it. But that's also like when we found the mammoths, the caveman in the ice and stuff.
That's megafauna. Yeah, you're relating to megafauna, which is dated at 10,000 BC, I think. And we found them. No, I'm not gonna go down that route, but yeah. So yeah, that would be dated around 10,000 BC according to the science.
Well, that would be, then that gives us a range of about 12,000 years, right?
What?
If 10,000 BC, then you backtrack, that's about 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and those are dated at that time, wouldn't it be safe to say that the range would probably be longer than shorter? Because they're there.
Of course. But I would just say that's where imagination kicks in, right? So you can start.
It's not imagination. We do know that. See, I don't know if you'd be. Yeah, if at 12,000 years ago we find something fossilized in ice, for instance, we can safely say that you can add another 10,000 years to that, because that creature, whatever that you find, had to procreate, had to become something, generations had to have happened. It wasn't the start right there.
Okay, sure, but again, that's imagination, right? So there's like 49 different ice age theories. Like people, we're constantly thinking, hypothesizing. But yeah, nothing is set in stone, is what I'm saying.
You're right, 100% right. I just think that it's intriguing with which paths people go on, knowing there isn't an end game, a factual conclusion.
Right.
Because would you say this? You believe there's a God, but you won't know until you get there.
I disagree. I believe God is omnipresent and you can use him right now if you want.
What do you mean?
I believe you can use him as a tool to co-create your reality.
Explain.
That's just my opinion. Oh, what do you? So basically, what I'm trying to say here is that so basically, God is like a neutral field. So whether you use him to do evil or good, I mean that's on you, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
there
might be consequences. Who knows? Yeah, we'll only know if there's consequences after. That's what I would say. But I mean, you could still use God to make whatever reality you want for yourself, right?
But
like you probably indirectly used them to do everything you're doing. You just didn't know, right?
But isn't that the same imagination part that you were saying I did beyond 12,000 years?
No, because you can confirm it for yourself like tomorrow if you wanted, right?
Well, that's the outstanding question. How I would love to know how do you confirm it?
What do you mean? How do you confirm it? You go ahead, dude. Like, how do you think you would confirm it? Like, what
would be
what would you
confirmation
want
for me?
Like, what do you want in life? Yeah, that's what I'd say, right?
No. It wouldn't. Confirmation of God wouldn't be if I got something. That'd like be like going, if I win the lottery, I'll believe in. I don't think that way. Shit. I don't want to say. I'll say. Hang on.
Well,
okay. No. Okay. I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna type it into the private chat. I've alluded to this a few times, that there is an underlying reasoning for all this for me when it comes to religion, or not even religion, a God or not. I haven't openly talked about it yet, but I do feel I should answer your question. But I'm gonna ask that when I type it in the private, you don't repeat it. Okay. This would be confirmation there is a God. That ultimately would be confirmation to me. That is also what stipulates me going, I don't believe in a creator, but I am open to it because that chance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that would be my confirmation. The issue that I have is I don't feel that is I feel like it's a cop out just to go, I don't care until then, right? I do want that path. I do want to know if it's going to happen. I do want to know if it's not going to happen, because it does play a part in my life. Obviously, finding out there is a God would be, for me, would be far better than finding out there isn't. You would agree, right?
Mm-hmm. I was gonna answer
Yeah,
your question, like
yeah.
what I think, right? But, yeah. Can you rephrase that?
Rephrase.
Well, you said something, and I was like absent-minded. So
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying that would be that to me would be a selfish confirmation. And that I don't want to live my life going, it doesn't matter until then. But at the same note, knowing beforehand would probably be the best, right? And that is what my quest is, to figure out if there is or not. So you know what I mean? It's not just a is there a God or not? I actually there is the conclusion has a significant position in my life.
can I give you maybe an analogy?
Mhm.
So yeah, if you look at the as your human body, your physical avatar, right? So that's actually like we can compare that to like a radio, right? And any radio you got, right? So when that radio breaks down, the signal is still there, right? It's just you don't have a physical body in order to filter that signal or capture that signal if you want and modulate it. Right?
So do you believe that there isn't this situation where you go up to heaven or you go down to hell? You feel like you kind of just become part of Mother Earth, basically.
Yeah, this is very like personal, but like every human has a surrounding field of information. You can call that an electromagnetic field or an auric field, which is connected to your heart, right?
Your bubble.
We can't perceive it. Yeah, exactly. We can't perceive that bubble, but yeah, where that bubble goes, it goes back to where it came from, right? So whether you say that's up or down, I just think it's it's essentially not going up or down, right? It's just going back into the void, right?
I kind of see what you're saying.
Well, let's say that after you pass on this earth, that your consciousness goes to an alternate universe. Um, does that really mean that there is a God or not?
Well, here I would disagree. I'd say that the person you see in the mirror, right? Shawn, he's a host of TruthArmy. Like, oh, you can't take that with you, right? This is right now we're tuned in, right, and we're living out an experience, right? And yeah,
Right, but that's only your perception from this reality or this universe. The idea behind it is that we have limited view of both our consciousness and our surrounding world. So the subjective view that we're using doesn't discount that your consciousness could be leading to some other universe, some alternate universe. And, it just highlights the fact that we don't know what happens.
well, here I would say, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I would say the universe we live in right now is not the real one, right? So,
Right, which would just kind of add to the same idea that there are alternate universes.
there's a real universe, and then there's a copy of it, which is this one.
I feel like there are multiple universes.
It seems that would be the best.
Sure, but we only know this one, right? We only know this one, right? So.
Sure. And of it is, we have a very limited observation of it. Extremely limited.
What are you saying, Sarok?
Oh no, I was just saying. I was just agreeing that reality itself is just another universe. We can put names to it, but all in all, it's just our known information.
Yeah, I'd say it's like, yeah, true. it's like you said, we're living out this let's just say this spiritual simulation, right? I know that might trigger people, but yeah, there's definitely maybe others going on, right? But we just know this one.
Yeah. What is? Can you define the real universe? Like, what is a real universe? Is that heaven?
It's just, yeah, I would say it's the erasure of space, right? Eternity, or you know, just just pure potential, like pure potentia. Like I don't know how else to describe it.
It's the idea that we're energy, right?
Oh, well, you know that, E equals MC squared, right? You know that, so.
Different energy.
I mean, it all comes from the same place, though. Whatever energy is released will go back to wherever it came from.
Where would that be?
The void.
What is a spiritual simulation? That's easy. It's a simulation of spirituality.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, because we're having an experience greater than ourselves, right? I don't know if
that just means that there are other people's experiences happening.
Yeah, but yeah, define spiritual simulation. I feel like you nailed it on the nail there. So you hit it around the nail. So can you maybe have a more specific? Okay, has nothing to do with spiritual energy. Sorry. Yeah, if you want to come mathematically about it, it just says, inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical, right? That's what it means. So, and energy mass are equivalent, and that energy is very specific, though. Like
Specific.
He's not being he's just saying like you're wrong, or define this, but he's not adding his own. Like there's not much I can go off what he's saying. Right?
Oh, okay.
You're just pointing the finger.
Well, as far as I know, the energy in that E equals MC is how stuff does work.
And we know it works off conservation of energy. Right?
No. When work is, how do you define work? I know what it is. Hang on. I want to define it correctly.
Okay, so you're going energy by the ability to do work. Sure, you're going by the textbook definition. Okay.
Yes. Work is the energy transferred to or from an object via the application of force along with the displacement. It is in its simplest form, it's a constant.
Well, can I relate it to what we're talking about, right? So right now you have, like I said, you have an energy field, right? Hold on. Yeah, you have an energy field, right? So you have the ability to do work, right? You can go work out, you can go work in a 9 to 5, like, but like ultimately, that ability is given to you,
right? Given to you sounds like a stretch way to say it.
Right. You can say it a different way if you want. It's probably even better. I just said that.
Says Nerd said EMC or E equals MC squared is not the equivalence of gravitational and inertial mass. It means that matter is a form of energy.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that ultimately it comes down to energy. So yeah, you're just saying energy, but can somebody define energy? Like you just. Yeah, like we just defined it by the ability to do work, right? But that ability, right, is specific. Right?
Or it'd be in any. Okay, so I'll say it as it should, as we understand it to be said. So it says in physics, energy is the ability to do stuff, or the force that causes objects to move.
Well, when you say that you're the force, you can cause yourself to move. Like when you say you're whatever you're describing, ultimately.
No, it's what it's okay. So what it's explaining is that I'll explain it better. In physics, energy, us,
I have a physical body.
have
Okay, go on.
have the okay. So yeah, energy. We're using energy as for us is us humans. Our energy. We have the ability to create a force, and when we create that force, objects move. That's ultimately as simplistic as it gets.
I think when we counter the impressed force upon us, right,
Mhm.
is when the release of energy is happening, or when the work is happening, is when I counteract.
But then how would you reference that work without another object?
I don't
Because
think you can,
the way because
right?
yeah, exactly. But the way you defined it is that if a object if matter is in that quote unquote void, it wouldn't be able to do work, is what you're saying. But what energy is, and the term work is just the ability, the fact that because you are matter, you have the ability to oppose work, a force upon another object, which will do work, matter
But
itself.
sure, but that energy was released from somewhere to begin with.
Um, I don't know if you're doing it, but in the beginning, this conversation doesn't talk about what started the very first work. The explanation doesn't. Yeah, the explanation of energy work equals MC squared doesn't isn't a explanation on on the creation of matter or work.
I mean, like Earth was nothing until somebody released the energy in order to create it, right? And now the
Something.
energy is being conserved until a certain amount of time.
Yes. Yeah. Earth wasn't always Earth forever. That is correct.
Yeah, it has a beginning in time, it has an end in time, like me and you.
Mhm. Yeah. But again, the conversation that we're having and the explanations that I'm giving and Nerd is giving in the chat aren't explanations that even science is proclaiming to be the beginning of energy and its work. Those are things that happened, and we're just trying to explain
Yeah, and work
where.
is work is energy
But
being released. It's not energy itself.
wait, say it again.
I said work is energy being released, right? It's not energy itself. It's a form of it. You know what I mean? Like it's
Energy. I don't. I don't. I feel like what you said was right, but I don't think I understood what you said. Say it again. I'm sorry.
bro. Just by you like just by you spazzing out like that. That's my train of thought, bro. So yeah, so I was saying energy is being released. Right.
Uh, n-
Right. In
and
order
the,
okay, go
okay,
ahead.
I see why I was confused. Okay. No. Um, when you are energy, right? You're energy. You're better yet. You are matter. Because you are matter, you are capable of opposing work on something. That's as far as that explanation goes. When you say something uh, like you said, it's almost like as if you're transferring your energy through something else, and energy is very energy in the sense of what we're talking about is very much so physical.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something you can discharge to something else.
Yeah. Like right now, I'm sitting at my computer talking to you, so I have I have potential, right? So I have potential to just move and transform that potential into kinetic. But yeah, essentially, I'm not. Hold on.
Well, kinetic's just a form of work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's based off potential. So like, let's say any object has potential because it has mass, which is energy, right?
Matter.
Yeah, mass matter. Yeah, but like we're talking about free will, so everything has potential. It's just how we go about actualizing that potential.
But would you say that that potential is always there, or it is,
Yes.
or is it's an opportunity? It's like a given opportunity.
No, I'd say it's always there, right? Like I said earlier, like it's omnipresent.
Okay, so then the next question would be, does God know everything?
Of course, everything you do in life, just tell yourself that somebody else is experiencing it through you, right? So every single one of our senses are basically holes, right? So your nose are like vacuums, your ears, your eyes are like they kind of look like a black hole, if you will. But yeah, everything, there's definitely something, living with us, right? That's why people say like, God is with me or something. But I'm going off rails right now. But yeah, ultimately, yeah, it's fair to assume that something else is experiencing what you're experiencing.
But that doesn't really define the energy aspect of this. You understand that energy is a very much so physical aspect in this situation, right?
The release of energy is wait, hold on, man. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop saying that, dude. Okay, yeah. So energy is very much a physical aspect. Yeah, everything is energy. We have we have that scientific transformation that we can, basically transform everything to energy. Right? We can make matter out of light, right? In 2020, we knew that. So using light, we can make matter. Yeah. So everything is energy. Everything is light. So
Wait. What did you just energy? I don't know if what you just said is correct. Energy out of.
I mean, I can give you citations. I have here. Yeah, maybe I can add some context. Yeah, condensed
what
matter
is it?
physics, nuclear and condensed matter physics. Hold on.
What is par creation or pair creation? What is that? I've never heard of that before. Pair creation is a creation of a subatomic particle and its antiparticle from a neutral boson. Oh, okay, I get it now.
Okay, I got this, and then there's a whole bunch. All right, so you can generate matter out of light, basically. Hold on, let's see what the nerd is saying right here. Okay, yeah, he's talking about the experiment. Okay.
2 colliding protons with 511 kilowatt energy each will result in a positron electron pair. That is way above my pay scale. It's a field of physics that details with the macroscopic and the microscopic physical properties of matter. Oh, okay. So this is like what do you call it? Damn, it's like the subgravity shit that they talk about. The name is not on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I have to use the washroom, dude. But yeah, I'm yeah. So science basically proves God, right? So I'd say if you have questions on that, go ahead.
Science. That was a bold fucking claim. That's like a mic drop claim. Science proves the Bible. I definitely don't think it proves the Bible, but I would love to hear his explanation on how that is the case. Isn't this the nerd in the chat? Isn't this the conceited matter physics stuff? That's like the idea that like over time, the Earth or the sun's releasing its photons, particles at some point. I don't know why I said it that way. At some point, would end up creating like an Earth somewhere. Kind of feel like that's what it's about.
Are you saying like the gravity of the sun would pull in enough matter to create another planet?
No. The sun is always, this is how I think I remember hearing about it. The sun is constantly ejecting matter. Over time, that matter accumulates, and that would be what would accumulate to become a planet over time.
I mean, it could be a part of it, but say an outside force, like an asteroid or something, gets caught in the gravitational pull, that would probably draw in more, because it's working off of both the sun's gravity and its own, draw in more and become a planet a little bit faster, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's explained. But the concept is that it could happen subsequently based off, just the particles or the matter that's in space and around the other matter that is ejected from the sun.
Yep. Okay. I don't see an issue with it. I think that if we look at the life and deaths of stars, we could see the formation of certain things, like some of the asteroids that we do have in our closest asteroid belt are either have different shapes. Most of those are disc or sphere shaped, but or somewhat oblong. But yeah, and it's just because the mass continues to attract the mass.
Good morning, Nerd Alert. How you doing, sir?
Hi. Seems like you should be able to hear me.
Yes.
I just wanted to explain the pair creation thing briefly. So I'm sure you have heard that if matter and antimatter combine, then you get a big explosion. That's the matter and the antimatter, when they meet, they turn into photons. So all of the energy, E equals m squared, that thing, is converted into light. Not light as we can see it, because it's these photons are extremely energetic. So it's much stronger, much more energy in these photons than the light we usually see. Mm-hmm. And this process works symmetrically. So you can also take two photons with very high energy and shoot them at each other, and then you can get the creation of a pair. So that is a particle and its antiparticle. For instance, an electron and a positron, which is the anti-electron. And in this way, you could theoretically create all sorts of matter, like even gold, let's say. But it's extremely energy intensive and extremely expensive. So yeah, they're making in some very expensive labs a few atoms, maybe of hydrogen or something. It's not like you could make a factory that produces.
No, exactly, but yeah, but it costs us, like you said, it costs a lot of money to play God, right? Because you're basically creating stuff out of nothing. Right?
That's like what CERN is trying to do.
Yeah, I think CERN is just another tax like NASA, but sure.
But
they are doing interesting stuff. But yeah, no, it's not important. Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's not the same.
Well, I mean, on a macro and micro scale, right? Whether it be just the way we perceive the solar system and the way we perceive atoms, it feels like these two big companies are controlling the narrative. Whatever happened to that? Wait, hold on. You guys talked about CERN. The last time I heard about CERN was when I was, the eclipse that happened in April, right? What was the whole deal about CERN? Like they were gonna shoot something, or what were they doing? You guys remember?
I think that I do remember what you're talking about. Go to it so I don't talk up my ass. I know they were planning on doing something. Let's see. Here's USA saying, no, CERN will not open a portal during this solar eclipse.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of profit, like a lot of stuff, you gotta filter out. But yeah, CERN, like what CERN showed us the Higgs boson, right? Isn't that the God particle?
Yeah, that's a placative name.
Yeah, I know, but you don't take these names for a reason, right? There's definitely
Yeah, it's called that because it's thought to be understanding this particle is thought to be very important to understanding math, and math is obviously very important to understanding physics in general. But it's not really a religious reference, in my opinion.
Would you agree that science like proves God?
No.
Or at least get like hands down a whole lot of evidence towards it? Right?
I think science neither proves nor disproves God. And well, it's difficult. There's a difficulty of definition. So some people, it's commonly said that science is the study of nature, and then some people say the supernatural is by definition not nature. So that's by definition not science. We can argue about that.
Exactly. They're part of the same coin, so you have a heads or tail, right? But the coin is made out of silver, so they're both consubstantial. Like, I don't think you can have physical without metaphysical in some way.
Well,
so
that's an opinion, but I don't think science should talk about metaphysical things.
It's an opinion, but all the giants had that particular mindset, right? Whether you say Newton, Nikola Tesla, all the big inventors, the people who really changed or impacted our lives were metaphysicians, right?
Here's one of the articles about the eclipse. Spokesman for CERN said that the eclipse, the reactivating CERN on April 8th had nothing to do with it being the same day as the eclipse. So there wasn't anything that they did or was done on the day of the eclipse, except for the fact that it just so happened to coincide with the scheduling of the reactivating CERN from it being down.
Okay. Well, yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, good thing you pulled up the article, but yeah, some people were like talking about that. So I was like, what?
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with
this sort of news. Somebody finds an article talking about this and then connects it to the eclipse, and then suddenly on some conspiracy websites you can read all sorts of things
I guess that's
how CERN is trying to open the portal to hell or whatever.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. That's so ridiculous.
Because that's what I remember. Oh, they're even talking about it. Hang on, let's play this. Oh, it's only a minute. Hang on. Got to start over.
Bro, look at it. Oh my god, dude. It even, that was toxic.
Yeah, I'm
going to
it.
All right. Debunking false claim about the flat earth conspiracy theory.
Eclipse this month isn't stopping some skeptics from believing the Earth is flat. The total solar eclipse on April 8th will be visible along a narrow path in the US from Texas to Maine. It's one reason scientists know the Earth, Sun, and Moon move through space. One video claimed the Moon being visible during the day proves the Earth is flat. In fact, planetary scientists said it's a reflection of the motion of the Sun, Moon, and Earth in space, along with the Earth's rotation. Another video claimed NASA admits in documents that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. That's false. NASA has consistently said the Earth is a round, rotating globe. The paper in question,
What does it have to do with CERN, though?
flat, non-rotating
I don't
Earth
know.
model, is a common technique used to generalize mathematical equations. And a third claim was that Antarctica is an ice wall that surrounds the flat
Bro, that has
Earth.
nothing to do with CERN,
Satellite
bro.
data from NASA
Nothing.
and
It had nothing
What
to
the-
do with CERN at all.
That's some psyop shit, bro. Like I'm
Yeah,
done.
that was fucking crazy.
Yeah, dude.
Debunking flat Earth claims as April 8th total solar eclipse approach. Nothing to do with
Okay.
CERN.
Yeah, exactly.
But it had nothing to do with CERN, though.
I know. It was complete, like, wow, dude. So that's gonna ingrain something in someone around the world. Like, there's the fact that video exists and that. But
I will say this. I have noticed something. I was actually looking online this morning, and I noticed something. If you Google search, if you YouTube search flat Earth, and you go to the filters, and no matter what filter you put in there, it's you have to do a lot of scrolling to find an actual flat earther. It's so crazy. Like, how the fuck is like, oh fuck this, I'll show you guys. It's the funniest shit in the world when I do. Like, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? All right, you guys can't
Well,
see.
I think part of the problem with that is how some of the flat earthers have presented their videos and the tags that they put on there. You know, because when you start putting like things like NASA lies and stuff like that, those don't really help out with your search. You know, like you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
well, I mean, YouTube did admit to, or like, other media to like control that, right? They control
Like,
that type of information. Like, they're open
so
about
this
it.
is just flat Earth in the top in the search, and it scroll like everything. That's not flat Earth. Nothing's flat Earth. This is all Globers talking about flat Earth.
All right.
All of them. You have to like super scroll to get down to a flat. Like, I haven't seen a flat earther yet.
Yes. But anyways, personally, I'm a simulation theorist now, but like, yeah, there's just the fact that this is like, that's a good point. Like, why they suppressing, that much?
And this is the funny one right here. So like, if you go to filter, you go to lives. Oh, NASA. Like, these are all it, except for that one. Like, it's weird when they have one top
Bro,
one.
click on a live ISS stream.
This one?
Yeah, sure. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. Oh, just click on it. Click on it. Or is that from NASA? Go to like NASA or something.
Yeah.
Go to
This
NASA.
is space. This is the SpaceX Starbase.
Go to NASA channel.
Okay.
Yeah, go to NASA.
Where is it? I think I've seen
you might have to type it. Yeah. So yeah, lives. Yeah, true. Yeah, is there any lives on right now? Not even. But yeah, look, click that one for 5 minutes, dude. Like, most of the time, that's what they show you, bro. It's just, I feel like they're getting blue balled, right? Like, you don't really.
I mean, what would you expect to see? What would you think you would see from here?
I mean, this is not showing anything though. Like, I
can see Earth.
I mean, you can't really see it in its entirety. Dude. I'm just saying it is.
I see.
It is what it is, bro.
It's not far enough away.
It feels like this is all a fucking, like, to me, it just feels like it's all an illusion, dude. Like, they're trying to hide something. Like you said, the searches are controlled, everything. It's not like it matters because I don't really, I don't think Earth is a pancake or anything. I'm a simulation theorist. But this is.
Well, I think a good example of how this video is a useful tool is when they had the fires in Australia, and they had pictures of that from the satellites and from the ISS and stuff.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude. Yeah, let's not even go down that rabbit hole. Let's stick with Yeah, let's not go down the flat Earth rabbit hole, dude. It's really toxic. We can stick to science and God, right? Ultimately.
I did want to touch on that because I did remember you saying that science proves the Bible.
No, not science proves the Bible. I know the Bible's a hack, right? It's been redacted by Jewish priests. The Catholic Church has a touch on the New Testament. It's like it can't be trusted. Like, yes, you can have some. You can, it's kind of spiritual foods. Like what the parables of Jesus. Like that's some spiritual food for you that you can contemplate on. But do I think Jesus was an actual physical human like me and you? No. The teaching of the Christ predate the Bible. That's the
Okay,
tales
so
of a crucified God is much older than the Bible.
so I was going to ask you earlier, and so now I remembered that 'cause you said that. So the whole like scripture thing, like God's coming back and all that kind of stuff, you don't believe in that part. You don't think God's physical being is coming back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because even if you look at history, right? So like the huge figures in history were commemorated on coins and stuff, and nobody actually saw him. Like he never actually said anything. Like I said, he spoke in parables, which are images of truth that can give you a more profound understanding on whatever you're trying to seek. But like ultimately,
Could you elaborate on who changed the Bible? Something about Jewish priests? That's
well,
what I
yeah.
understood.
Well, yeah. So like I can give you an example. Like the Ten Commandments. Those were basically
Well,
written in the 4th and 5th century BC by Jewish redactors, and it's based off the law codes of Hammurabi, the law codes of Judea, the law codes of Ur-Nammu. But yeah, they were they were formulated from much older texts, right?
yeah,
We
okay.
have I'm just saying the Bible's redacted, and yeah, obviously it's a control mechanism.
Well,
We,
obviously it's a.
well, I mean, not
Not agreeing
obviously.
with
Like
that.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to. Say these big words. Yeah, my bad, dude. It's not obviously right.
The Bible was written over time by different people, and they all had. They didn't all have the exact same outlook on the universe, on the human existence, and so on. That's how far I would agree.
Well, I'd say like the Old Testament. Like if we can point out, that part. Yeah. So what you see is two different versions of reality from two different lenses. You got the Levite priesthood. You got the Aaronic priesthood, which is an Israelite priesthood. But yeah, it just.
Right, but
I'm not
if you
saying
say it's redacted, I think that's like to me it sounds like conspiracy theory rhetoric.
No, it's historically based. Like I wouldn't say that just because I'm a conspiracy.
It just suggested to me, but if you say redacted, it sounds like somebody is orchestrating all of this, and that's I wouldn't go there. This is something I cannot agree with.
I would go there, and I got banned from a religion server recently because I basically said that Yahweh is a Jewish god. He's a murderer. He's a false god. And yeah, that got me muted. But I mean, like if you look at it, it's the God that appeared to Moses in the burning bush. Like
wait, but
I think Moses is a fiction as well, right? He never really existed.
That doesn't really have so much to do with what I said. What I'm thinking of is what I'm understanding redacted. I'm not saying that's your claim. I'm understanding that there's a secretive group of people who have over thousands of years or however long it took to write all of the Bible, carefully arranged pieces.
Yeah, it was done in Babylon. Yeah.
So that's your opinion.
I mean, it's historically based. I mean, I can
I don't
fetch
think
up.
so.
I can fetch up the information if you want.
If you can give me information in the Discord, I think it's just too much to talk about today for me at least.
Can you add me? Okay, yeah, my name is exactly the same as on here.
Yeah. I think I have. Are you in the bunker server? No.
Yeah, you call me Noah, but yeah, my name is Neo. But yeah,
Neo. Okay, my bad.
yeah, I felt like I had to correct you on that. If you said
Like
it
in the
again.
Matrix.
It's because you keep changing your name, and so I'm like, I don't know if it's Al, is it AI, is it
Well, you said like in the
Neo?
Matrix,
Yeah.
and no, neophyte actually means like an initiate, a newly converted. Right? So I feel like
Okay, just asking.
okay, but yeah, that's a valid. Like it's kind of valid. Right. You can say I'm the white rabbit, right?
I know a crack rabbit on Discord. Yeah, all that scripture stuff. That's when I start getting all confused. I feel like it's just interpretations of stuff. I think that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think there is like a spiritual like a spiritual concept that we just give words to, like all these prophets and God and hell, heaven, like these are all just emotional descriptors for the spiritual aspect of it?
I agree. Yeah, if you're talking about syncretism and how we can relate different religions together, right? So
Yeah.
Buddhism is older than Christianity, but they talked about Brahma and Saraswati, and then in the Bible we have Abraham and Sarah. Yeah, they definitely correlate.
So are you like a simulation spiritual?
Simulation theorist, basically, but sure.
Okay. What I'm at is, were you very religious and then have come away from religion, or is it are you coming from it weren't religious to figuring out religion?
That's a good question. So ultimately, my path started, which is when I became neophyte, which is a newly initiate. Well, that was basically in 2016, right? I got flat pilled and other stuff as well. And I became a Christian, right? And I read the Bible, and then I started going down this route, where eventually, by digging even deeper, I just became I just found it was a stepping stone, right? So, but yeah, ultimately, did I answer your question there?
Sorry.
You go.
Since you were talking about how religious concepts are older than the texts we usually refer to, I think it's ironic that simulation theory is actually, in my opinion, just cyber Gnosticism, as I call it. So it's really just a different take on an ancient idea also. What
That's
would
a
you
good
say
point.
about that? So, I don't hear anyone. Oh,
yeah, we're here.
Not saying anything.
Okay, I'm here. Can you? Yeah. So something happened, so I had to be absent for
Okay.
15 seconds. Yeah. You said cyber Gnosticism. Yeah, that's truly. It's the first time I heard that combination of words, and yeah, I might put that in my memory bank. A cyber Gnostic. That's awesome. All right.
So you agree that the basic idea is really old?
Yeah. Yeah.
And well, there have been a lot of arguments, of course, about this topic over the ages.
Yeah, it can get really toxic, right?
I think.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. My problem with this is that depends on how it's formulated, but if you word it carefully, let's say, then you can basically make it unfalsifiable. And then to me, it's definitely outside the realm of scientific inquiry. You can believe it or not, but it's more like a faith-based thing. And if you make it, if you allow some if you make it a bit more specific, then there are good arguments against it also, in my opinion, at least to some versions of it.
Well, yeah, you were talking about science. So I have an interest in chronologists, people who actually date certain events that happened in the past. So if you go off what they're saying, yeah, it's all mathematically perfect and it works in specific patterns and sequences. That's why Nostradamus was able to make so much accurate predictions, because him personally, in the Bible, he's referred to as like the timekeeper, right? So
Nah,
what?
not really. So just as a warning, I have a bit of a statistics background, and I think this is all just pattern finding, pattern matching, and
Yeah,
you're
we got a
just
pattern match. That's what I'm
interpreting.
saying. We're pattern matching history, right?
Yeah,
This
but
happened this
if you have
happened
no,
there.
if you have no like criteria for determining whether something is statistically relevant or not, then you can interpret whatever you want into those texts. Basically, you can look for all kinds of correlations, and then you have no way of deciding whether it's true or not. It's like looking at clouds and saying this cloud looks like a dog. That doesn't make it a dog. That doesn't make it modeled in the image of a dog. It could be just a coincidence.
I mean, if you look at the math, it's not a coincidence.
No,
And
I don't.
and too
I
much
don't.
coincidences, like pretty much means no coincidence.
The math. What math have you done? What statistical tests do you apply usually?
Okay, I get it. You're a nerd. You probably do, all these types of analysis, but I don't think it's relevant to the subject at hand. And
Well, in science, we have statistical tests. So, for instance, if we're talking about particles and scattering effects, there's a random component. Basically, if you get into subatomic particles, if you have some scattering mechanism for them. And then we make a prediction, what will happen, and then we check the prediction, but you have to account for the randomness, as I said. So you have a statistical model, and then you devise a statistical test and say, yes, this looks like it's compatible with my prediction, or this looks too far off from my prediction. But you cannot say exactly where each particle will land because there's this random component.
Yeah,
so that's why you have statistics.
Yeah, would you agree that non-localism is the only thing that is true right now based off science?
It's the only thing in science that's true.
I mean, compared to local realism, non-local realism is what is proven to be true. Right.
Yep, we have statistical tests that rule out hidden local variables. So that means that the universe cannot have local determinism.
Yes,
if
I know.
You want to be
well, here,
careful about
we're going full circle right now. This is where I say that you can alter these predictions at any time locally. So.
Well, the idea of science is to find laws that are generally applicable. And we cannot prove the laws. There's some inductive reasoning, as I'm sure you're aware. So what we do is instead we make a lot of predictions and we make experiments, and then we check if the results are within acceptable error limits. And if they are, then they say, okay, looks like our law is holds up. Doesn't mean that it will never be disproved, but at least for the time being, we can go with that law.
Okay, sure. But that doesn't eliminate other possibilities.
No, exactly. But my question is, do you apply these kinds of basic tests to textual analysis if you say that Nostradamus proved so many things ahead of time? And I don't think you do.
If interpreted correctly, but it depends on who's interpreting his specific information. I mean,
well, what they say, hindsight's 20/20, and we can always take the knowledge we have today and then say, come up with theories of how this was discussed long ago because we find some correlations in old texts. That doesn't mean it's true.
Well,
It's,
here I can probably share his methodology. So of what I've gathered, he basically looked at a pool of water, right? That was his analogy. So if you drop something in a pool of water, there's an epicenter, and then stuff goes forward and backward in time, right? So these waverings are going forward and backward in time.
in time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's his analogy. Okay. Well, but where's the evidence for that?
I mean, I feel like you're probably the most valid person to present this, right?
Why should I present evidence for your claim?
Well, relax. I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying you're probably competent enough to do that, right?
Oh, no.
And it's, yeah, no, I'm not saying it's no easy task, but yeah, we're just talking. I know it, dude. Like, I don't know where this is headed, dude. We're talking about Nostradamus. I know I brought Nostradamus up, but he obviously had a methodology to his madness, right? And very much. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not saying he was dumb. He may have been very smart, but that doesn't mean I agree with his conclusions. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. That's so long ago, right? Anyways, yeah. We could just leave that subject to interpretation and maybe because I feel like I've already said a whole bunch of stuff. I don't want to just keep adding to the pile. I don't think it's going to be productive.
Like I said, the topic you guys were listening to, I had to zone out. I didn't really understand what you were saying.
He was saying, based off his statistical analysis, that yeah, we don't really know locally. We don't really know what can happen. Right? Everything stuff has potential to change all the time, but non-locally, right? It's the only thing that we can validate as real. Right?
You mean locally?
No, non-locally is the only thing that's real, according to science. Non-local realism. But I would like Nerd Alert to talk about non-local realism. Like, I feel like he can.
You are using this word. I don't know if you're referring to quantum mechanics or what.
Yeah, non-local
mechanics is.
Yeah, quantum entanglement, non-local reality. The Bell's theorem, where you can.
Yeah, let me explain that. In quantum mechanics, we have the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. That was a hypothesis formulated by three scientists. I'm sure you know Einstein. He had a big problem with the apparent non-determinism in quantum mechanics. So basically, simply put, randomness in quantum mechanics. He said God doesn't throw dice. That was his opinion.
That's true though.
You're saying it's true as if it's a fact.
Well,
anyway, that was these three physicists said we just don't know all the variables. There have to be more variables, so there have to be quantities like we have charge or mass. There have to be additional variables, and they interact in some way to produce these results that seem random to us, but it's just because we don't have the complete picture. And then, however, there were experiments constructed on the basis of this hypothesis, and statistical predictions were made, and the statistical predictions strongly suggest that there are no local hidden variables. And what this means is that you cannot have these hidden variables, so this determinism, if you also accept that information cannot travel faster than light. So either you have
wasn't it? What did Einstein say about spooky, instantaneous action at a distance?
Yeah, he had a big problem with that. This is the quantum entanglement. If you have two entangled particles and you separate them some distance, and then you make observations on these particles, then it appears as if information travels between them faster than the speed of light. We cannot really make use of that for communication. Like unfortunately, it doesn't work. We cannot make an antenna, or maybe fortunately, because you could totally break the causality with that. But he had a big problem with it regardless. He said this spooky interaction at a distance is nonsense. I don't want to believe that. What he said is basically the particles, they already agree in some way. Like you have one particle that would have a spin in one direction, and spin is a magnetic effect.
Dipole moment, yeah.
Yeah, and the other one is spinning the other way around. But you can only know that when you read the particles and then you break the entanglement. Anyway, this is quite complicated, I think, but
yeah.
And I'm not sure I fully understand all of it. But Einstein had a big problem with this and said, called it spooky action at a distance and rejected this notion.
Yeah, but see, this is the fact that you know this information. One day, it'll probably hit you, like when you least expect it. Like you'll make a connection, it'll change your life.
Which information?
What's the connection?
I don't understand which information you're talking about.
Dude, I was just being philosophical, dude. Relax.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, to finish my explanation, if that's okay, what was debunked was local determinism. So what was debunked was Einstein's idea that first of all, the speed of light is not exceeded, and second, there are hidden variables. If we knew all the details, then we could make the prediction already. And so either it has to be, well, not either, it has to be, quantum mechanics has to be non-local or non-deterministic. So either there has to be a random component, or the speed of light is not absolute in quantum mechanics, or even both.
Right. So what's your take on that, Shawn G?
My take is that it's above my pay grade to have an opinion on what you guys are talking about.
I mean, the guy's a nerd. Like I wouldn't expect anybody to actually.
Well, like I said, I haven't written down like the non-local and all that stuff. I do want to understand it. I'm kind of getting the idea of what it means. Meaning, I'm gonna fucking bastardize this. I know it. Kind of like how I look at gravity as a force, and because the only time I would apply it was here on Earth. It's like saying that on the local scale, there is nothing that will change. To look for something that will change is pointless and ridiculous. And as I look further out, we got a problem. That's kind of what I took from that.
Yo, yeah, nerd. What's your response to that? I feel like
Am I way off?
I'm fine with his philosophical take on that.
Okay. See, a way I thought about it maybe a couple months ago is that when I go to sleep, I'm entering a state of non-local realism. Right.
What's up, Tex? You're muted. I'm not sure if you knew. You may just be hanging out.
Yeah, I'm heading out from my hubby's job. I was hanging out with him for lunch.
Fun.
Doesn't he have friends? Like, why are you going to hang out with him? Like, aren't you going to see him when he's back from work? Like, what? No, I'm just kidding. You guys are probably this is probably like 2 weeks after the honeymoon. Like I'm not saying anything.
They've been together forever.
It's been 13 years.
Couples can't be close.
Unlike some of y'all, I actually enjoy myself.
I know.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Neo, my wife's gonna come and bring me lunch today. I think.
Oh, that's
I
what's up,
text her.
dude. Oh, that's what's up, dude.
But I'm just lazy because I'm sitting at home.
Nice.
You gonna tell her to come make you a sandwich?
No, she'd slap the shit out of me. Like she'd be like, you could feed your fucking self. Like basically, she's hungry and she's coming home for lunch. Do I want something? That's what it's amounted to.
So yeah, I was just poking fun. Like I don't want to make any enemies. Like,
Oh no, fuck
you're
no.
a
This is,
Too late,
Alright,
you're my enemy now. I will forever have you burned into my memory.
it's coded now.
Well,
I feel like
Shawn, I think that's just a hypothesis that she would kill you. You're gonna have to test this, and we'll see how the experiment plays out.
Okay, so when she gets here, I'll turn my camera on and I'll look at her and I'll go, "Bitch, make me a sandwich," and we'll see what happens.
yeah.
And then at least I'll have evidence.
And we'll be all be implementing accessories to crime.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure you turn your cam back on because we
Yeah.
won't have evidence. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Just for the clarification, I don't think I've never called my wife a bitch. That is like one of our no words.
Yeah.
Along with cunt. Those cunt is
Oof.
only.
I haven't heard that word in a long time.
Yeah. If I called her a cunt, I'd probably be moving in with TexLex.
Yeah.
Put it that way. That's how fast that would happen.
But in
Now,
Australia,
what words?
it's a term of endearment.
Now, do you have words that she specifically can't call you?
Yes, I don't. My wife is extremely smart, like really fucking smart. Like she's like super smart. So I've never been put in a situation where she said something to me and I had to go, no, never again. Don't ever say that.
Well, I think part of that has to do with like you've probably been called a lot worse in every one of these panels. You know what I mean?
Oh fuck yeah, yeah. She could. There's nothing she could say. But like, I know bitch isn't okay. From live streaming, like what was it? Okay, so this is kind of weird, but it's not weird to me. A term of endearment to a friend of mine, like a friend, like I may call you a bitch a few times. I know I've called you a bitch a few times back in the day, Shawn. Like we were on panels, but like it wasn't like rude. It was just like this is how I talk. And I think one time I had said something to somebody, and after the stream, she was like, you can't say that to me, right?" And I was like, "Okay, got it, noted." And then, believe it or not, cunt was established the first time we ever got in an argument to make sure I didn't say something stupid. Like she was like, starting to get heated. Just want to make sure that this is off limits completely. And then, but I've always lived like my son's mother. She had a no cunt rule. Cunt just never be something I'd ever call a woman that I plan on talking to again.
Yeah, logically so. Yeah.
But
right?
you guys know why, Southern women or American women don't like the term cunt, right?
I don't.
It's because cunt means filthy, like dirty vagina. It means that you're a dirty whore, essentially.
I call girls like that cochinas.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? But it's one of those things of like down here, cunt means that you've been ran through. You're no better than the fucking prostitute on the corner. Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely a good reason not to say that to somebody. But see, I don't ever get like that though. Like,
yeah,
I was actually weird. Go ahead.
No. I mean, finish what you were saying. Obviously, I don't want to cut you off. I think we're finished. Like, my timing is off on that.
I'm just babbling.
Yeah, yeah, I was looking at the YouTube chat, right? So TexLex is saying a lot, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, like
he just called you out.
Well,
Yeah,
no, I see a whole lot of
speak
stuff
up or
here.
shut the fuck
So
up.
what, you want me to ramble? What do you want me to ramble about?
No, I just see
Which
you.
part?
I see you type like 7 things consecutively, right? It's like
I'm a very fast
Nostradamus is a kinky hoe. You know, flat earthers believe their ball sacks to be oblate spheres. Like, you know, what are you saying here? You fucking fine.
Because she has issues, man. She has issues. She's that proverbial gutter that guys supposedly live in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, she lives in that gutter.
Yeah, I am the monster from it. I am perpetually in the gutter.
Like, you don't know it, but in DMs, like Discord DMs, I have relax typed out. I just haven't hit enter yet. Sometimes it just takes one word and you get her rolling on some fucking weird shit. It's fun.
Gotcha.
Well, it's not my fault that somebody unironically said the term blue balls in this chat. Okay.
Oh yeah, I said yeah. So essentially, when you look at ISS footage, you're getting blue balled. Like you're getting blue balled about your ultimate blue ball reality. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
But on that, did you think that the ISS should be far enough away to see Earth?
Yeah, dude. There should be, with the money and the technology we have, we should have a specific geostationary satellite filming the solar system, or at least something more concrete than what we have right now. This is laughable.
Wait,
Himawari does that.
Yeah,
the Himawari is specifically for looking at the Earth. It has multiple different spectrums of light that it looks through to judge the weather patterns on Earth.
the US
sure.
also
Weather
the
patterns.
US also have GEOS, I think it's called.
I don't know, man. I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I'm sure you can bring up something, Shanji, right now. Right.
I'm getting the Himawari right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are they talking about? Like, I never heard about that. If I can really get concrete evidence that Earth is a blue marble, then yeah, I'd probably be a blue marbleist. But
so you're a space skeptic, let's say. Are you a flat earther, or would you not go that far?
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just I'm saying that yeah, science and religion, if you will, or metaphysics are interconnected. So just the fact that we're gazing upon the celestial bodies, the celestial heavens in the sky, like, to me, this whole notion that we can, space explore and go to Mars, maybe have a little 2 months on Venus, like that's all absurd.
Okay.
It's not even within my realm of
Okay, so what I'm interested in is, are you also skeptic towards the arguments made from your side? That's I have an example for you, and I have many examples like this regarding space skepticism or flat Earth, but and I will not say this proves that we go to space. I think this is very reasonable to conclude, but anyway, that's a different matter. I heard a couple of years ago people say that if Earth is really an oblate spheroid, then why are the photos from Himawari, why is this all perfect sphere? And I found that in general, a lot of science skeptics, they just read these claims and instantly believe them. They do absolutely no research. And the same people who always say, do your own research. What I did is I went to the Himawari website.
We're looking at it right now, right? Yeah, it's obviously a 3D model, right? It doesn't look like reality at all. Like it's a 3D visual representation model.
Let me finish my point, and then you can spout your conspiracy theories. Sorry. They say, if Earth is an oblate spheroid, why is it a perfect sphere in this image? So what they don't do, the skeptics never do. Is
It's so
proper
negligible,
research.
right? It's only like
Let
21
me
kilometers.
finish. Come on,
yeah.
you've talked a lot on the show.
I got Just let him get it out, yeah.
So what I did is I went to the Himawari website. I downloaded one of those pictures in full resolution. It was like 11,000 times 11,000 pixels, some crazy number. And then I did the following. I made I put it in an image editor. I made a copy of it. I rotated, so basically 2 layers. If I remember correctly, I think that was the procedure I used. I rotated one of the layers 90 degrees. And what do you think? They didn't overlap exactly. There was a difference in the height and the width. So it's not a perfect circle. It is not perfectly like the distances are not equal in all directions. So this claim was complete nonsense. But somebody makes this claim, and then all the people who don't want to believe it are, exactly, that's how it is. It's a fact, and so on. And they don't do the research.
I see where you're coming from. Like, I understood everything you said. From that particular vantage point, it's not apparent. You said you rotated it 90 degrees, and you've seen that, it was there, right?
Yeah, it's slightly elliptical. It's not a circle. That was, and of course you can now say it's CGI anyway. Of course they make the CGI that way because they want to be consistent. But what I'm doing is I'm following a reductionist approach. Somebody makes an argument, I look at that argument, and I don't then instantly. But the CGI stuff is another claim. I look at each argument individually, and if you do it this way, then you can figure out which arguments hold water and which don't over time. This is my
Hold
approach.
water, bro. You would actually use that word, hold water. Oh my god.
It was a good one.
I was just kidding. I felt like Shawn G got that.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I do understand your point. Like, I did elucidate what you said, but yeah, I can go more in depth about it. But yeah,
I'm just saying, if you don't believe, quote unquote, them, NASA and ESA and whoever, you might as well also put some skepticism to the people on your side or that have similar philosophical outlooks as you.
It's not that I don't trust NASA 100%, but I'm just saying they mix facts with fiction, right? So ultimately, that blue marble that you're seeing is just it's a simplified version of reality, and what we're seeing right now is not really concrete. He keeps showing me that blue marble, like, isn't that like what? That looks a lot like the blue marble from like 2008. You know what I mean? But it doesn't look like the blue marble from 1972 and the blue marble from 2022 type shit.
Yeah, but that's because they use different cameras and they have different operational parameters. So what you should understand is that these satellites are not there to produce pretty pictures for science skeptics. What these satellites are primarily for? No, they are not. Absolutely not.
You can go to.
No, you have no idea.
No, you can go to Earth Observatory. Like I feel like instead of just playing with that Himalayan app, whatever you're playing with, that Himawari, right? You should go to earthobservatory.nasa.gov. You should do that right now.
And then
I'll type it.
Is that on YouTube or
no? It's an actual site.
If you're going by it's all CGI and it's all bullshit, then okay, maybe it's just pretty pictures, but then they could do it better because
which one?
They could do it in a way that pleases your aesthetical expectations better. If you accept the hypothesis right now, just for a moment, that these are actual satellites in space, then the purpose of these satellites is not to make pretty pictures. The purpose of these satellites is to gather weather information. And that's what they are doing. And that's what they are doing very good, actually.
Go images about the land. You should go images land or something. You'll have options.
So,
land.
Yeah,
anything.
So, and what this means, the satellites, they are primarily for making infrared images, because infrared is way more important for the weather than the sunlight or the colors. The sunlight is not unimportant, but we generally know where the sun shines and so on. Infrared generally tells you more about the different surface temperatures, about the different weather patterns, and so on.
Would you agree that those are pretty pictures that we're seeing, though?
I find them pretty, but I mean, it's subjective. You just said you said earlier that they look different from the blue marble from.
Well, essentially, a blue marble is a composite of all these images, right? So we stick these images together and make a blue marble.
There are two famous blue marble photos. The first was from Apollo 11, I think.
Okay, so you're gonna
1969.
Okay, well, can I just point out the absurdity in your point here?
Because you're clinging. 1972.
Yeah, you're
1972. Yeah, I'm confused it with Earthrise, I think. But anyway.
Yeah, so you're clinging onto this image, which is from 1972. But I'm saying we're in 2024, and we have a specific way of doing things. So you're saying back then, like 50 years ago, they had some crazy technology. We're only able to get one true photograph, which is admittedly created.
Not at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let me talk, and then I can explain it. So what they had a Hasselblad camera. It was slightly modified to work better in the environment, but it's a photo camera. So it's made to. It was using chemical film at the time. Obviously, the digital was not a thing back then. Well, we did have TV cameras, but that's a different issue. So they had a digital color film, and they took the photos, and when they came back to Earth, the photos were developed as usual with some chemicals in a dark room. However they did it exactly, I'm not an expert on that. And that's how you got this look. And what the satellites we have now, if you're talking about Himawari and for instance, the US GEOS specifically, they have a completely different approach. They have not infrared. They have a monochromatic sensor. So that's basically black and white.
Yeah, I know the argument. But
yeah, it's very high resolution. It's a digital sensor, so we can immediately transmit the photos back to Earth.
What I'm Okay, but can I just
let me make my
point. You gotta let him finish. Let him finish.
Are you so scared to hear what I have to say? Or
no, I know. I already heard what you said 1,000 times. But go ahead.
Yeah, but
if somebody in the audience can hear it,
maybe somebody else also wants to hear it. I don't know.
Sure.
Everybody wants.
Let's assume all globe earthers are ignorant about the globe. Okay, let's go. Finish.
You have a monochromatic sensor, and then to get a color image to make a pretty picture, as you say, what you have to do is you have to put a color filter in front of the camera or in front of the sensor, and then you have to take one picture, and then you have to put another color filter in front of the camera and take a picture, and then I think after 3 channels, so red, green, and blue, presumably you can combine these into a color photo. And that's a different process. And
you had a voice crack, dude. You don't sound so confident. I'm just pointing that out for the audience.
Yeah, that's okay. That's you're reading tea leaves now. Anyway, let's get back on topic. So this is the reason why you have different appearance of these photos. It's just a different process. And the reason, let me explain this. The reason why do they have a monochromatic sensor in there? It's very simple. If you have a color sensor, then you need to have subpixels. You need to basically sacrifice resolution for having multiple colors at the same time. And if you have a monochromatic sensor, you can get a higher resolution because every pixel only has to record the brightness. You have 3 times more pixels basically for the same cost. And the cost is very real in this case because it's a huge sensor, 11,000 by 11,000, I think that's the resolution. And these are difficult to make. And if you if you have a flaw, then you have to discard the die and then you have to start over again and so on. So this is definitely a concern, I think. And usually they are mostly for infrared anyway, as I said, because infrared is more important for the weather. And then for infrared, you take you have some filter, I think, but you don't have to vary it that much. That's my understanding, but I might be wrong about that. I would actually argue that if I was NASA and I wanted to fool everyone with these pictures anyway, Himawari is not NASA even, but anyway, if I was the global secret elite who are controlling all the space agencies to produce these fake images, I would actually put more effort into making it convince people like you. And I would like
They don't want to
focus on the
convince people
pretty picture aspect and not on the what?
They don't want to focus on people like me. They just focus on affirming your preconceived idea, dude. They already have you and they're not. Like,
okay, so let me ask you this. If I were to, let's say, ask my coworkers what they think about the Himawari satellites, what do you think, what kind of response I would get?
Sure, buddy. Yeah,
I'm not working anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
all they
working
would
in
say.
space or
They would just accept it as true, dude, and they go about their day. Like, it's not like they really care about the Himawari to begin with.
Yeah, but well, what I think is, I haven't done it to be fair. What I think is that most people would be like, "What's a Himawari satellite?" That's what I think, because most people don't care about these satellites. I think they like to watch, let's say, a SpaceX launch or maybe some footage from the ISS.
Yeah.
But that's just such a technical thing. It's a weather satellite.
Okay. Yeah, weather
Maybe they
satellites
even
are they're not 100% accurate, but yeah, they do the job. I agree. Like people, like a lot of the times here, they lie to me about the weather, but yeah, like they're most of the time
no.
accurate though. What do you mean? They say something that doesn't happen, right?
They don't lie about the weather. It's just a difficult problem
Like,
to predict the weather.
oh, sorry, the lower pressure system or the higher pressure system changed it. Sorry, guys. It just changes instantly. You can't really predict.
No, you're not. You're diverting to another
Wait,
topic you don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go to that part because you can go outside and I could show you why it's harder to predict.
I mean, I can locally predict, like, I mean, that's always an option. But yeah, obviously we have technology that predicts for us. It's not 100% accurate, and they do lie to us sometimes, but they're not really lying because they quote unquote justify it.
No, they don't lie. Let me explain that on
It's based off like future
Himawari,
predictions, basically.
What
But then
Himawari is for? No, Himawari is not a prediction.
You've been talking
what
for a long time here,
Himawari
though,
is for?
nerd. All right.
There's a reason why they do, 60% chance of rain or 30% chance of rain, right? It's because they know that they don't have certainty. So yeah, I agree with nerd here. That's a little.
I mean, you're agreeing with me ultimately. Like they don't have 100% certainty for a reason, right?
Yeah,
well, they don't have 100% certainty because wind can do all sorts of things,
Yeah, sure.
Himawari is for collecting weather data. That is not for the future. It's for collecting how the weather parameters are right now. And how this interacts with prediction is that you need to know the current state of the weather to make a prediction, because if you don't have a control, if you don't know where if you're trying to predict where the tennis ball goes, if you have a camera
like here, can you predict the next like thunderstorm that'll burn 2 houses? Can you like at least predict that for me?
No, it doesn't get that specific.
Ever.
You cannot predict with this level of detail. You can only predict larger patterns, and that's a fundamental issue. There are several reasons for this. For one, you cannot collect all the data. That would be an incredible amount of data you will need to collect. And then there's also this. It's we call it chaos. It's usually called like chaos effect or something, or butterfly effect.
Dude.
But the technical term is that this is an initial value problem, and there's no analytic solution, I think, or at least no.
Oh.
Anyway, what this means is that even small inaccuracies in your initial parameters in the original data, like simple measurement errors, or simply because you cannot measure every atom in the most extreme case, they will over
Bro,
time
he's such a nerd,
magnify.
dude.
Yeah, of course.
No,
You
I know,
don't
but you know,
say.
he knows too much for his own good. Like, it's none of it is helping him.
His
I
name is
just-
literally a warning sign, my guy.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait.
I know a lot
Half
of
the stuff.
information, but
Now,
I don't
I
know
would
how to apply
say,
this knowledge.
half the stuff we've talked, 90% of the stuff we've talked about now are useless. It's completely useless to everyday life. We just decided to talk about it. Remember the philosophy of it?
It's not a philosophy right now. It's just appealing to whatever script he has, dude. Like, I've heard this 1,000 times.
That's a great point. How does simulation theory, or how does, let's say, quote unquote, knowing that NASA lies to me change my life for the better?
Because you can make life what you want it to be, ultimately. I have to go to the bathroom right now.
Cannot do that now.
No, you have you change yourself into dungeon programming. Be right back.
I don't agree with that at all.
Can you explain what dungeon programming is?
He has to go take a tinkle. Give him a minute. When he's back, he'll explain.
I don't understand that, because in the same token, it's like saying like that's so weird. I don't even know how to unravel that. That's like,
well, I hear that a lot. Let's say, science skeptics, they think they are somehow woke and somehow free, but I don't really see how it's benefiting their lives. That's my
It's
impression.
where they are in their stage of consciousness that makes them skeptical like that. Once they start looking at things from an objective standpoint, and they look past, their local mentalities and further on, they'll eventually get back into understanding that science is a logical thing to have.
well, it's like one of those weird aspects of it. It's like when someone will go, a science denier will say, "That's pseudoscience. Let me show you my science now."
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, what they're doing is they're bastardizing science to fit their bias.
Pseudoscience is like, sci-fi exploration, right? The very fact that you think that we can go to Mars is basically
No.
sci-fi.
No, it's not. Okay. Can I send?
I can prove to you
Okay,
that Mars is a location on Earth's surface. Okay.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, go ahead. I was gonna say something, but I'd much rather you prove to me that Mars is on Earth.
Bro, you obviously already know that, bro. You know Devon Island in Nunavut, Canada?
Oh no, that nonsense.
Dude, there's actually a lake there, and you know what?
It exists, and they practice some rover technology there, or they do some testing there.
No, they do. That's where they hang on. That's where they simulate Mars, but they don't. But the problem is
it's
that
always simulated. Okay, sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Because we can't. There's no people on Mars.
Yeah, I agree with that, and there will never.
Okay.
There never will be.
Now, what about a rover?
No, not even a rover. So even recently.
Okay. Now, hang on, because now I want to walk you down this, because this is why I know there's a rover on Mars.
What?
Okay.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah. You ready?
That's a bold ass claim.
Okay. I know it is. I'm going to walk you through it. Okay. Can you go buy a rocket and launch it 100 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Can an amateur rocket launch it 100,000 feet?
Can we talk about maybe kilometers? Like when you start using a lot of big numbers. Just
Okay.
say
What? That's
yeah, because
100,000 feet.
there's a specific boundary at 100 kilometers.
Okay.
I want to know how close you
Okay.
are
I
to
think CNG prefers freedom units.
Yeah, America. I
Okay,
don't know what
sure.
100,000 feet is. Hang
Yeah,
on.
I do visually. Like I see airplanes like above my head. So I
That's
assume
not
you're at
100.
30,000 feet though. So I just triple
Yes.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, wait, 100,000 feet into kilometers for you. Okay. So 30. It doesn't even. I don't know. Fuck you. I'm using feet. I'm like looking at this conversion, going, "Why am I converting this?"
You didn't like the number, huh? Shoot.
No, it's like weird. It's like 100,000 feet is 30.48 kilometers. It's like kilometers is a
Okay.
bitch number.
So yeah, but that's still 1/3 of the limit. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me stop bullshitting. What is the limit at which we can go, and why?
I mean, there's a clear distinction, a conventional line we call the Kármán line, which is associated with the mesopause, right?
Mhm.
And that is
Yes.
100 kilometers, right? So
Okay.
that's
Now,
where we go from aircraft to spacecraft, right?
yes. Okay. Now, is that a physical barrier or just a limitation barrier?
It's a by the guy himself, Kármán, which is the guy. You know, it's called the Kármán line because Kármán. He said it was a physical boundary.
Well, a place where physical objects don't work the same is basically what he said.
Yeah. Well, you go
Okay,
from
so
you go from aircraft to
Wait.
aircraft to
That's
spacecraft.
physical boundary.
yeah.
What did you say?
Okay, so
Can
And
you
there's a
repeat the last?
mesopause. There's a specific temperature layer, right?
Yeah, but the Kármán line is not about that. If I remember correctly, the Kármán line is where you can no longer effectively generate lift.
Yeah, but that's
Basically.
exactly what I said. You go from aircraft to spacecraft. I mean, I feel
Yeah,
I feel
right.
like it's
Okay. Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
asked what you said. I agree with you there.
Okay, so there is an absolute limitation to aircraft. We all agree on that. What is the limitation to a rocket?
None.
Limitation to a rocket. So recently, they're talking about sending. You know, it's called the Polaris mission. So they're sending, they're sending people up, like quote unquote, 700 kilometers high, right? Because right now we say that the ISS is 450 kilometers high. The thermosphere and the exosphere, right? So they're gonna go right at the edge, right at the end of the thermosphere and at the beginning of the exosphere, right? So that's apparently where they're going.
Okay, but forget about people. I don't want to put people up there. It's
Well,
dangerous.
that's in 2024. Like the richest man on Earth, right? He's like, I'm going to space. I'm gonna call this the Polaris mission, right? Polaris is like
Nice.
the star,
I
right?
don't.
Yeah.
I don't suppose we can get you to agree on the Voyager and Voyager 2 missions.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh my God, no, you won't, man. And I will debunk you using radio telescopes and university
Really?
knowledge. Yeah.
No, you won't.
Ooh.
Yeah, I followed a radio telescope presentation, and I got my mind blown, like sentence after sentence. So
Yeah. So the argument is the argument about signal strength.
no, you're talking about Voyager. You're talking about we need aircraft to get information back, so we're sending Voyager 1 and 2 outside of the solar system to get information back to us. When all the information can be harvested from Earth's surface, we do not
No,
need Voyager 1 and 2, and that's only just another science, like science fiction.
Voyager 1. So the official story, let's say that's the put on your tinfoil hat if you want. Let's call it the official story. The official story is that I think Voyager 1 has left the helio outside the heliopause, so that's the limit of the solar system basically, and it's taking measurements there of the environment there, and we cannot make measurements of that from Earth. We have to send a probe or something. We have to go there some way. Not necessarily people, but we have to at least send some robotic spacecraft, let's say. That's the official story. Now you can say what's your take on it.
Dude, I say that again.
The official story is that the Voyager 1 is taking measurements of space from outside the solar system.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not a good argument. That's
No, I mean it's based in university knowledge. But go ahead.
yeah, that's an appeal to incredulity, basically.
Appeal? No, it's an appeal to I guess authority, right? Because I think the university has authority into what you're telling me right now.
So you just don't agree
Yeah,
that
I
it's
acknowledge
possible.
that I'm appealing to the university's authority, and yeah, I'm okay with that. So
which
the audience can
university?
do with that whatever they want.
A university? Which university?
Okay, and I will tell you that right now. I'll tell you that right now. Brother. So university is right here. I got this. It's the Curtin University.
Curtin.
Yeah, by Dr. John Morgan.
Okay.
Let me see what this.
And why is this university credible and all of the universities that send send satellites to space are not?
Okay, it's actually in Perth, Australia, this university. Yeah, Curtin University. It's credible because they're basically telling you. No, they're
because
basically
it agrees with your opinion.
Well, yeah, they're telling us like this guy knew gravitational waves because this. How old is this video? Right, this video is pretty old, but he knew gravitational waves were going to be a thing before they even were a thing. This is 9 years old, right? So 9 years old, this guy's like, when they decide to release gravitational field information.
Wait.
Yeah, we already get information back from the solar
LIGO
system using.
LIGO was built more than 9 years ago. It was built so the first
Yeah, but the
LIGO was built
information
in
has
1992.
So how long was LIGO? Sorry.
I'm reading.
When did we discover the
Right now,
gravitational
it
waves? I'll go
says
look.
founded in 1992. I don't know if that's when the first facility was constructed.
Yeah, I don't know when the first gravitational wave was detected though. I feel like it's pretty recent, dude. But
first test was in 2002, if I interpret that correctly.
And you complain about my typing.
Yes, I do.
Don't we all have some?
Yeah, 2015, my brother. 2015, 2016. It was announced in 2016, dude. This is recent, dude.
Gravitational waves. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the first detection of gravitational waves was made in September 14, 2015.
Okay, the first detection of gravity.
Yeah, and they announced it in 2016. Okay, go ahead.
So the first test was in 2002. The first detection was in 2015. Okay, I'm fine with that. That's not a contradiction. You said that. You said that this university, this guy 9 years ago, was talking about gravitational waves. Anyway, that's. I don't see how that backs up your claim.
Well, okay, so I'll try to give it to you in a nutshell. So basically, what he was saying is that we can get any information back from the solar system on Earth's surface. We can use the electromagnetic frequency spectrum, and then now we have gravitational waves, which gives us even more. But the first, groundbreaking thing that changed, that made the Big Bang possible, and all these crazy hypotheses, is the radio waves. Because with radio waves, we can detect a lot of stuff that we cannot see as a human. Right?
I think you're conflating a few things there. So yes, we have the cosmic microwave background radiation, which incidentally the most accurate observations are from satellites or from spacecraft, because if you're in the atmosphere, you get way too much noise, infrared noise.
Yeah. So I'm saying, hold on. The distinction between no, I'm gonna.
No, hang on, Neo, let him finish.
Oh my God. Okay.
My point is you're conflating a few things. Yes, we have the cosmic microwave background radiation. We do not have to go outside of the solar system to do that. We can gravitational waves are also very interesting. We can do that from Earth. We don't even have to go to space for that. Also very interesting. I completely agree with you. But this is different data. We have different. Basically, scientists are greedy for data, and they want to have all the data. And the Voyager gives data that cannot be obtained with these other instruments.
So you agree with me?
I agree with you that these are also interesting, these other things that you mentioned that we can do on Earth or at least near Earth. But that doesn't mean that Voyager is not also useful.
Yeah, dude. Voyager 1 and 2 are purely science fiction. We do not need any crafts going outside of the solar system. And you're telling me that like 50 years ago. Like
it depends on how you
define listen.
Define need.
What really changed everything in the way we perceive stuff is really during the space age, right? Can you agree with that?
Could we go on living on Earth without Voyager? Absolutely, I agree with you. But that's the thing. Science does things just because they're interesting and because they're possible, and because maybe in the future this will benefit us. You can disagree with that. You can say this is a waste of taxpayer money or something. But it's definitely not a criterion that everything has to produce an immediate benefit. So in science, we do a lot of things that we could also probably do without.
Yeah, dude.
It's called foundational or fundamental research, I think.
It's a quest for knowledge. The quest for knowledge doesn't have an end.
Yeah, I just don't know why you're so adamant in defending these people that are literally laughing at you.
It's not. It'd be more. It's not. It's not defending. It's acknowledging the knowledge that's been obtained up till now.
And all the knowledge that's been obtained can be done from Earth's surface. Like you guys are just adding this Voyager 1 and 2 like science fiction.
I'm not. I'm not at all. I very much so keep my opinion of everything, majority wise, to here on the Earth. Gravity, observations, the shape of the Earth, simulation or not, all of the above. I do from the surface of Earth. I don't use Voyager.
I bet.
I think I have a lot of issues with the cosmic background. I have a lot of issues with Big Bang. I have a lot of issues with capabilities and what they've done when. Absolutely.
Well, that's probably why we connect to each other. Because
do you think we have been at the bottom of the ocean?
But this guy is ultimately.
I believe we've been to the deepest part that we know of.
Okay, and Neo, what about you?
Deep space is
not deep space.
He said ocean. He said ocean.
Okay, so what about the ocean? Yeah, we can like explore the ocean. Okay, go ahead.
Have we been 10, 11 kilometers deep under the surface of the ocean? Okay, but I could use all of your arguments to say this is also nonsense. I could also say this is all the footage is CGI, all the people are lying.
Well, no,
so
things we can physically verify, right? So Mariana Trenches is
why should we go there? That's another argument we made. Why should we go to the bottom to see what are we going to find there at 10 kilometers deep? That's going to help us here.
No, Neo, I get what he's saying. In the same aspect as we send rovers to Mars, and you say there's a limitation. You can't know that that's actually what they're doing. Is the same thing as you said. Is the same contradiction now that when you say yes, we can get to the bottom of the ocean, but the problem is you can't get to the bottom of the ocean. You have no way of verifying it. You can.
Yeah, I can go. Verify it myself, right? You guys,
Well, you can go to space.
No,
you can go to space.
No, you
can't.
You guys are just regurgitating information.
Okay, how about this? Okay, how about this? Is there a place that Neo can call up and say, "Hey, I'm fucking rich as fuck. I want to go to the Mariana Trench." Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So far, the extent of what you're capable of doing in this experience is so far is all you could do is call and do that, right? And that's the furthest your verification so far can go.
I'm pretty sure I can. It's you guys are just. It's a false equivocation, in my opinion.
What you're
Because
doing.
nobody denies the Mariana Trenches. Everybody denies this sci-fi exploration.
Exactly. That's the point.
Not everybody.
Hang on.
Not
That's the
everybody.
reason.
Not everybody.
That's the reason. Hang on. That's why this line of questioning is happening. Because why do people believe the bottom of the Marianas Trench is where it's at, not being able to go there? That's trust. That's you having faith in other people's experiences.
Yeah,
That you
it's literally grounded. All right.
Yeah, but the thing is there is no difference for you to be able to verify the bottom of the ocean in space right now. So you're blindly trusting that we can get to the bottom of the ocean, or you're purposely not blindly trusting space part.
That's a false equivocation, dude. They're not
What you're
comparable.
doing is
No, you are. You're comparing Mariana Trenches.
Wait, stop. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean you are? What I didn't respond to anything.
You said you said
the
I'm
false.
accepting
Okay.
the Mariana Trenches is a blind belief of mine, but
it is.
No, it's grounded in facts, right? So I can go there and I can pay
So
and I
space.
can verify it for myself. No, space is
I can
pay
to go to space.
No, you can't.
Can I? What? So I can't go online right now and find somewhere that I can pay to go to space?
Listen. Yeah. This is the newest update, right?
Okay.
So let me update you on your own model, right? So if you want to go to space right now,
you.
It's called Halo Space, right? So you can only go about, like I said, that boundary, which is 100 kilometers, right? So you're gonna pay 300,000 to go, not even that high, right? So that's all you can verify. You can't verify your 300. Like, how far is Mars from the Earth? Let me Google this.
So space tourism, 66 miles. That's space.
Yeah, 66 miles, my brother.
Okay.
That's
is that space?
No, that is not space. Space is above 100 kilometers.
Can a plane fly there? No, that's 66 miles.
Oh, okay.
107 kilometers.
My bad. Yeah. That would be outer space. Yeah.
No. It's not outer space. Just space.
No, it's considered outer space.
Nope.
That's what the line is there for. You go from space to outer space. No?
Nope. That's the space line. That's Earth's atmosphere to space. Outer space is
would you
much
say
further. Hang on. Outer space is like millions of miles. I think it's like 3.2 million or something like that.
You're tripping, bro. That's literally
I don't know if there's a.
You're throwing spaghettis at a wall right now to see what sticks. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if there's a formal definition. So it could, outer space can also just mean space, as I understand it, beyond the common line, or NASA actually uses a slightly lesser line.
Okay, so there's two versions of it, I guess. And so your one's correct. So it says outer space is the expanse that exists beyond Earth's atmosphere and between celestial bodies. So yeah, outer space is just a colloquial term for space, or space is a colloquial term for outer space. Okay. But regardless, that means that we can go to space then, right? You were in agreement?
Yeah, but we all occupy space. Are we in agreement?
Absolutely.
Now you're equivocating.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Two different things, but I get what you're saying. But there is, so we have established that your means in getting to the Marianas Trench is the same means that I would have to get to space. Right? I can go there, you can go there.
Mm-hmm.
We can pay to go there. It is the point we're making right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would cost me $300,000 to go to Halo Space, which will take me about 100 kilometers. Right? Or like you said,
107. About 107.
107,
Challenge
right?
of Deep is also expensive. Probably more expensive than 300K.
It's 300K Halo Space. I can verify that.
How much to get to Marianas Trench? How much?
Okay. To get to Mariana Trenches, it'd probably be less, dude. I mean, I'd have to buy a submarine or maybe rent a submarine.
I don't think it's less. Let me explain why.
I agree.
the people who last year went to the Titanic, which ended very badly, unfortunately.
Would you agree? Hold on. Would you agree that you can control an aircraft with a PS4 controller?
That is badass.
In theory, yes. If it's a good idea, that's a different issue. But,
like a submarine. Like there's so much water interfering between you and your controller.
It was a badly designed submarine, no doubt about that. And I would have never went into there, even if I could have afforded it. But the point is, I think they charged 250K to go just to the Titanic, and this was with a submarine that was not up to technical standards, as most people afterwards agree.
Ooh, it was even before that. Actually, they knew that shit couldn't do it. They took a chance.
Yeah, it was crazy. They even the glass, the plexiglass, they used it for like 2 or 3 times the depth that it was rated for, and then they said to the manufacturer, "Come on, this glass, it will go deeper than that, right? Just say that it goes deeper. Just give us a certification." And the manufacturer said, "No, we can't do that."
That so much came out about that shit. So it would cost over double what it costs to go to space to get to the Mariana Trench. And I'm guessing this is the low number.
Bro, I can go to Mariana Trenches tomorrow, dude. Low key flexing on you. I'm telling you, your space is fake.
How much? I think your Mariana Trench is fake. Now what?
You don't have a grounded belief. You're like a grain of sand, right? Like wind can happen, and then you'll flow to whatever wherever it's flowing.
I don't have a grounded belief. I don't feel that my beliefs are stared fast and not movable.
I mean, your name is the truth, right? Oh wait, hold on. What's your? I feel like
it's Shawn G, but this is the Truth Army. My truth.
Okay. Yeah. It feels like it shouldn't be the truth, though. Shouldn't it be like discovering the truth or something?
Nah, the truth.
Let me ask you this. Would it hurt your grounded belief to also say Mariana's Trench is fake? Or wouldn't that be... I think it sounds quite compatible.
Yeah, how did you verify the Mariana Trench is a real place?
Because you can look at Earth's surface. You can look at the depth.
Wait,
bro, just
I can look
listen.
I can look at. Hang on. I can look at space.
Yeah, you guys are falsely. Yeah, you can look at space, but that's about all you can do.
I can go there.
No, you can't.
I can.
It's a positive claim.
Okay. Look. Okay. If I said, Dio, show me the Mariana Trench, what are you going to do? You're going to show me some pictures.
Then
I'm going to say,
no, listen, bro.
Yeah. And then I'd say, show me how you're going to get there. And you're going to show me some expedition group that you can pay to take you there, right?
No, that's not what I would do.
No,
I know. Okay, I would get a GoPro over my head, or maybe those glasses that record everything, right? So I just I just live my life and go to Mariana Trenches, dude.
Just
don't hurt yourself, please.
You just swim there.
Swim there, dude. I'd obviously I'd like rent a submarine.
Okay, but that's what we're talking. Okay,
scuba gear.
Okay, well, I'm gonna rent a rocket.
No, you won't. You're lying. Dude.
Yes, I am.
There's a boundary on outer space. Like you have so much other procedures to.
Yeah. Okay. What's the boundary?
We already went over this.
Okay, so 66 miles.
Yeah, about.
So is the ISS lower than that, or is it at that?
No, the ISS is quote unquote at 450 kilometers, which is still within the atmosphere.
Okay.
It's still within the constraints, right? You know that Earth has a radius of 3959 miles. Yeah, so 450 is nothing.
Okay, so the ISS is where it's at, where they say it's at, right? Manned or not manned, that's for contention. Because I know for a fact it could be up there without people. Period. I don't care what anyone fucking say.
Yeah.
But that would also mean that I can go to space then. I mean, because it's. I mean, when I say that, I mean it's within the limits at which I could go.
I feel like you contradicted yourself. I feel
right?
like with the position you have, you would have to assert
Uh-huh.
that there's people 100% the ISS right now.
No, I don't.
Doing God knows what.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
I would have to assert that to say that I could go that high. Yeah. Okay. I'll assert that. Yeah, there are people there.
Please don't say that the people on the ISS are doing God knows what. That will put TexLex right back in the gutter.
Yeah, it will. 100%.
I didn't even hear it. I was reading government paperwork.
We were talking about fucking on the ISS.
Oh yeah, that would be absolutely great. Bring up the whole Karma Sutra book up there.
Oh, there you go.
Imagine TexLex.
I think the Kama Sutra has to be rewritten for space.
Yeah, imagine like you ejaculate, right? And so your semen is just floating in midair, and then you see TexLex like gobble it up. Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Playing Pac-Man.
Who needs that damn thing anyways?
Playing Pac-Man.
I get all my protein right there, right? Waka, waka,
Oh
waka,
god.
waka.
Playing
Okay.
Pac-Man, my guy.
All right. Okay, so I can go to space then, right? We're in agreement to that now.
I'll never be in agreement with that. I don't think you have the power, and will ever have the power to actually back up what you're saying.
But rockets, man.
Are you a rocket scientist?
No, wait. I can be. Just give me a couple of minutes. I got to turn on YouTube. But
No, that's not how that works.
No, but are you saying rockets can't get that high?
I'm
If
saying
you're calling into question Shawn's capability, yes, I agree with you. If you're saying in general people cannot go to space, I would disagree with you.
What the fuck? I could go to space.
You do not have the credentials.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You don't, love.
You don't. Yeah.
I do.
You may be able to go up into like the vomit comet, but going into like going up to the ISS or
I don't want to go to the ISS.
You know,
I just want to get on a rocket.
TexLex is low-key cooking you, bro.
Yeah, I know she's trying to. I want to get in a rocket, and I want to propel me up to 67 miles. Why can't I do that?
Outside of our atmosphere?
I mean,
it's considered space.
No,
it's outside of what?
Everything that happens, all this space activity, are still within the atmosphere. But what you're saying is that you don't have that Jeff Bezos fuck you money, right?
You're
like,
right.
Even he could only get even he could get barely at 100 kilometers.
I play lottery though.
Wait, the atmosphere.
Okay, so if you win the Texas,
hang on, guys. Go ahead, nerd. You're kind of low, so I think that's my way.
I thought we agreed on the Kármán line as the boundary of the atmosphere. Maybe we don't.
No, that's where Jeff Bezos went. Is like near the Kármán line. Like he
went
above
over
it. He went above it.
Like what? Like not even 1 kilometer over? Like they just
it
feels like they just added. It feels like they used the space bar and added an extra number just to make.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. We've already established. We've established the limit that a plane can fly, and beyond that is space. So all he has to do is go a foot above that to prove space is real. Then,
dude, we know this so-called free space or like. Yeah, free space or whatever. It is space? Real, but you are extremely limited within these parameters. So the the higher you go, the more space is radioactive, the more you're gonna get cooked, dude. You're gonna get cataracts. You're gonna develop all sorts of stuff that's gonna break your DNA down. Doesn't matter.
But no one
correct.
Yeah, no one's going into space with nothing.
I do have a lot of data confirming that space radiation will fuck you up.
But yeah, there is dangerous space radiation, but it's not the higher you go. It's at certain distances from the Earth there's a maximum.
Okay, well here, so yeah, I was talking earlier about the Polaris mission that's about to happen soon. Right, they're gonna go to 700 kilometers. Well, that's just right below the deadly zone where you're cooked. You are
But
like
then it's
living
still
bacon.
Hang
close.
on, hang on. Would you agree that when you go to the dentist and they use that X-ray machine, that experience is not dangerous for you?
I think it is, and I always decline it, and they always piss every time I
Eh,
decline it, dude. I don't
Okay,
need to see it.
but here's the reality of it. The time it takes for them to take X-rays of your teeth doesn't take very long, and it's not a detriment to your body.
I can't.
So to speak, hang on.
Depends who you
So to
are.
speak,
Okay.
yeah, you're actually 100% right. It does depend, but the point of what I'm saying is that there is a effect recover rate that you have to take in consideration, and those things are with low level shielding. So if they have enough shielding when you go into space, that gives your timeline for how long you can actually be there more valid, and it does matter. So when you're saying that it's all this radiation and dangerous, you understand that it'd be the time you spend in those zones and the amount of protection you have that determines how dangerous it actually is.
Yeah, but to a certain degree, you can't start protecting anymore. I don't know where you draw
Where
that line. I don't know where you draw that line, but it is extremely dangerous. And within, like, if you leave the magnetosphere that surrounds the atmosphere, that's protecting all of us right now, that makes us able to live and breathe and actually have a life. If you go with like beyond those parameters,
what's that?
yeah, you can't protect against that. And NASA is the
How
first one to admit that. You
Yeah.
can't
how
protect
far out is
against that.
that?
So,
That would be
Go ahead, Nick.
beyond the magnetosphere or the magnetopause. Okay, go ahead.
okay, I feel I should go nerd again, but so the magnetosphere, it's very important to life on Earth, that's right, but it's mainly because it prevents the atmosphere from being blown away by the solar wind.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a kind of firmament that holds everything together.
yeah,
Sure.
that's if you want to call it that.
I mean,
Okay.
scientifically, it was called an impenetrable barrier in 1947, maybe? Was that it?
That's not.
Okay.
Yeah, they sent
Then
up
what is it?
Van Allen probes,
Okay.
and they figured it
Then
out.
what is? Wait, at the menopause? Menopause. That's what,
I suppose.
that was great. That was a good one. That was good.
The mesosphere.
Mesosphere. If that's the barrier, the firmament, then how do we explain meteorites?
Well, meteorites are essentially, there's a whole bunch of theories for meteorites, right? So there's about, like, I'd say there's 5 or 6 theories about meteorites, but ultimately it's just Earth cycling back, right? So yeah, we do
What?
know that. Yeah, there's interactions with the molten core, right? Which is iron and nickel.
No,
Yeah,
between
no.
meteorites and the core of the Earth.
Yeah, which is
I'd like
iron
to
and
see
nickel,
a
right?
citation for that. Well, there is
I mean,
iron in meteorites, yes, and there's iron in the Earth. That doesn't mean that meteorites that are currently falling on the Earth have anything to do with the core.
well,
Yeah, and
what I'm saying is,
hang on, Neil. So this brings up a good point about how we know this. What happens is these meteors come in and become meteors when they hit, and what happens is they'll look at this area or this meteorite that's fallen. If they especially when they're able to identify it, makes it a lot easier. They can test the composition of said iron and then test the composition of said iron in that region. And what they find is different compositions. It's one's usually typically from the meteor, it has it skyrockets the levels.
you would agree that Earth is a host of multiple elements, right? But anyways, like
A
a lot of
host.
people, yeah. Well, anyways, like, yeah, there's multiple theories on this, and the theory that you're appealing to right now is actually a theory that the guy just decided, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's
Wait,
it.
how's it?
That's the
Well,
number
it's
one.
not
Right
a.
now. Fuck the other
No,
ones. We're going with this
It's
one.
not a. Again, it's not a theory because
no,
it's a theory. It's
To
a
the
theory when they pick it
phenomenon
up
that's
and
going on.
yeah, but it becomes an explained phenomena when you observe it, when you test it, and then you test the Earth. And when all three of these things are in correlation with each other, you have a conclusion,
Yeah, but
not just a hypothesis.
let me make a correlation, right? That brings us back to like square one, right? So these meteorites are all extinguished by the specific barrier we're talking about. It's called the mesosphere, right? So barely none of them get to Earth's surface, if they even do, right? So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. But yeah, that mesosphere extinguishes every single meteorite that you can think of.
Most meteorite is if it's already on the ground. So
Yeah.
that's terminology. Most meteors burn up in the atmosphere. It's correct, but I don't see how this proves a quote unquote.
Yeah. The atmosphere, aka the Kármán line, aka the mesopause. Like, yeah, that's all specific.
That's
It always
not how
comes
it
back
works.
to the same thing.
They don't burn up the instant they hit the Kármán line. That's not how it works.
Yeah, they extinguish right then and there. That is
no, they don't.
the thing
The
protecting
Kármán
Earth.
line.
Not.
Yeah.
What are shooting stars?
What are shooting stars?
Yeah.
Meteorites.
Nah, they're
No,
Debris,
meteors.
space debris.
Yeah, they're correlated with the atmosphere. It's still, I mean,
They take some time to burn, right? They don't just flash. They you see them for a few seconds or so. Depends on the. Can vary, but they're not just flashes.
I feel like TexLex has something to add to this, so I will go to the bathroom, right? Because I gotta release water. So yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you gotta go take a tinkle, go take a tinkle. But I ain't got shit to say. No, I mean, I don't see where he's getting this idea that all meteorites burn up in the atmosphere, because that's just not true. My cousin has meteorites.
All meteors burn up in the atmosphere.
No.
Meteorites are when they hit the ground.
Meteorites is when they have hit the ground.
Yes.
A meteor can reach the ground, then it becomes a meteorite.
Ah, okay. Well, point being, they don't all just disappear in the atmosphere. We have quite a lot of evidence dictating otherwise.
I would say 98% of meteors never hit Earth. I would also say we only know of 1% of meteorites that have actually hit. Meteors that have actually made contact. Meaning
right.
being able, yeah, it's very weird number, but it's very rare for us to observe one hitting Earth or getting to Earth.
To observe it, yes, but we have found evidence.
But it's still 1%. It's very small percent.
1% is still a large number in the grand scheme of things, Shawn.
True.
And only sits still in absolutes. So if he were to say something like the majority, then sure, I would agree with that. But I'm a very particular person. I'm a very literal person. If you say all, I'm going to argue against that. If you say the majority, then I'll concede.
All meteorites are on Earth. How about that?
Yeah, all meteorites are on Earth. Yes.
Okay, so you guys are touching on something here, but here before I derail this conversation, right? Can you catch me up on what I missed?
Yeah, we were just talking about nothing of real significance. We were just talking about the difference between what a meteor is and a meteorite is.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so these are theories, right? There's multiple theories. But here, what I wanted to say is that recently I had some globe earther tell me that the only way I can get iridium is if I harvest it from a meteorite. Do you guys know anything about this?
I think iridium is usually from meteorite origin, but
it's the rarest metal on Earth, and yeah, that's what they say.
That's not correct. The rarest is osmium. The rarest natural element, let's say.
Yeah.
Because they're also synthetic elements.
Okay, well, yeah. So yeah, and then upon this guy hitting me with this claim, I was easily able to debunk him and to tell him that iridium is actually a natural element found on Earth and within Earth's crust, right?
Yes, it says here, found uncombined in nature in sediments that were deposited by rivers, commercially recovered as a byproduct of nickel refining.
Are you saying, though, that meteorites are not natural?
I'm saying that I have never seen one per se, dude. I do know that, like I said, like I do agree that the majority burn up in the mesosphere, right? But Ah, man, I don't even know. Like,
It's
should
your
we even?
claim.
Yeah. This claim. Yeah, no. This is
It's your claim that there's an impenetrable barrier that they all strike and immediately burn up, and that's just not what we observe. We see them burn up over some time in the atmosphere, many meteors,
Yeah, but
and we see a few of them reach the Earth, and we find them, and we can classify them.
yeah, but it's still within the parameters of conservation of
Mhm.
energy, right? It's still part of the system.
Yeah, there's a conservation of energy, okay, but what does this have to do? What
I'm not
does
sure.
this have to do with an impenetrable barrier? That debunks your impenetrable barrier unless you have a different opinion on what impenetrable means.
By impenetrable, I mean that not physically possible by a human. So yeah, I was just putting that out there, low key flexing that I own a globe earther about iridium, but yeah.
Okay, nice.
The fuck is this, dude?
It's an edit.
It's an edit? Okay, it's not real. Like, what is going on,
It's
dude?
not.
Oh,
It's not real. It looks real as fuck, though, right?
Yeah,
it's pretty
It's
good.
well
You
done.
can just see. You can see a meteorite coming in from the top right.
Here it is. Yeah.
that made me giggle. Yeah. Do you think
That's
that's how
really
craters
damn
are formed on the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if something that size hit and we watch that happen, ooh, that's a good. What would happen if we witness that? Is that big enough to affect us?
We would never witness that.
I would think the debris from it is, but what we would know. Is that what we would worry about?
Could be.
Well, I can save you by telling you that this will never happen.
Yes, I think. What are you talking about? How did the craters on the moon happen?
It would be
They
very,
were put
very
there by
rare.
the Freemasons.
It's the lizard people, the inner earth lizard people. It's all part of their scheme.
It can't be the lizard people if they're inner Earth. We're looking out.
You don't know? You don't know what technologies the inner earth lizard people have?
Right.
I mean, that's true. That is true.
Ultimately, they want you to look out. Right?
Maybe the moon was target practice, you know?
I mean, I've read of an ancient book in the 1800s called The Dark Satellite. So there's definitely something malevolent related to maybe the moon, I guess. Probably that's why like all the lunatics come out on a full moon, right? Like when I act on something, it's most likely close to a full moon. Right?
I think every ancient culture had some mythology about the moon.
Well, even philosophers, they would say that whatever happens in the sky is related to what happens on Earth.
Well, some philosophers may say that, but that also doesn't make it true.
I am so using this. That is amazing. I think that's what we're gonna. Okay, so I have officially decided what tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do this every day. I'm enjoying it again. Tomorrow's stream is going to be what the fuck would happen if this happened. That's gonna be good. Oh, I'm so gonna go into the fucking rabbit hole tonight about this. Because I'm pretty sure if something that size happened, we would have some worries. Because all that debris is going to get far enough from the moon.
What if I was to tell you? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking like our gravitational pulls would pull all that debris towards us.
What if I was to tell you we don't have nothing to worry about until like 15 years from now? So like you don't have to worry about none of this.
Wait, stop. Hang on, stop. Did you just give us a date and time of God's return?
No, not God's return. Rather a cyclical event. Mathematically based.
I'm so confused now. Please explain.
So throughout time, there's been something that appears in the solar system, and then cataclysms happen. Right. these variable stars in the sky start flickering, and bad stuff starts happening, right? But we don't have to worry about that.
Are you talking about gravitational lensing?
No, I'm just talking about cycles.
But wait, what happens in 15 years? It's like you just told me a riddle. You're like, you're gonna die 15 years.
You might
Go.
not. Only one third of the population is getting wiped out. Like you might very much.
Oh yeah, no, it is biblical. That is.
Oh, it's not
definitely-
biblical. It is not.
No,
biblical.
that's a direct.
It is not biblical.
That is a direct quotation, like from young Earth creationists.
No.
On the Book of Revelation, yes, they claim that 1/3 of the population will be taken out immediately.
I agree that is part of the Revelations, right? But Revelations was translated in Hebrew, but it was actually written in Greek, right? So if you want the correct interpretation, you have to get the Greek one.
Yeah, even in the Greek, it's still considered the Book of Revelations. It's still considered a biblical text.
Yeah, I know, but it was mistranslated on purpose.
Regardless, what your rhetoric is a biblical rhetoric. I'm not arguing about the content of it. I'm arguing about the nature.
Yeah, I do believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, because you sat here and said it wasn't biblical, and then when I corrected you, you said otherwise.
Well, ultimately, it's not biblical, but yeah, there is the biblical revelation.
Do we consider the Book of Revelations to be part of the biblical texts?
Yes.
Therefore, it's biblical.
But it's in Hebrew. It's not in. It's not in Greek.
Not in Hebrew.
It's not in Greek though.
So I don't know. I think you missed
Hebrew.
this part where I said I'm a very literal person. I think that's the part that you did miss when you went to take your tinkle. But I'm a very literal person. So if you're going to say that it's not biblical, but then you're going to say that it's part of the biblical texts, then you're making a contradiction. It either is or isn't.
You're confusing her.
The correct interpretation is in Greek and not in Hebrew, though.
That's fine. But the point is, it adheres to the biblical context, right? It adheres to the biblical text as a whole. It is part of the whole.
Well, not as a
Christianity,
whole.
Is it not? Whether it's Gnostic or otherwise.
Not as a whole. Like, I think I personally relate like Genesis and Revelations, like the Alpha and Omega of the Bible, to be somewhat more credible than anything else in between.
Sure, and I don't disagree with that. But it's still a biblical text.
Could we go back to your claim that the Book of Revelations is translated into Hebrew and from there into other languages? If I
well, no, it was in Greek. It was in Greek initially.
What do you mean by initially? Yeah, that the oldest manuscripts are in Greek, and your claim is, however, that it's in Hebrew and it was somehow
it's in Greek.
No, your claim was that there is a Hebrew corruption of the Book of Revelation.
Yeah, exactly.
And and who uses that?
And who uses that? I'm just saying.
Yes. Do you know? Do you
I'm saying
understand
I'm saying the Hebrew interpreted in a certain way, in a deceptive way, to not give anybody concrete answers, but to at least keep them close to the truth. Right?
And what does this have to do with our translations of the Bible? Let's say.
I mean, our translation.
Are you saying they translate from the Hebrew, or are they translating from the original Greek?
I'm saying all the interpretations we read are like translated from Hebrew. But if you really wanted to know the deal, you'd probably go to Greek.
That's a claim. Do you have evidence for that?
According to Euclid University, it is unlikely that the original language of Revelations was Greek. It was believed to originally be written in Aramaic or Hebrew and was later translated to Greek.
Yeah, that's a deception.
So you can say allegedly.
That's a deception. That's a deception.
The oldest known manuscripts.
Yeah, ultimately it was Greek before Hebrew. Like, relax.
The oldest known manuscripts are in Greek. That's
a fact.
Sure.
That's a fact.
Textual analysis indicates this may be a copy of the original Hebrew Book of Revelations. Which
I want to ask you a question. Do you know? Have you heard of Strong's Concordance?
No.
Okay. Do you know what a concordance is?
I can't say per se. Strong concordance, like you're concording to something. Right?
Basically a dictionary, but you use a source text and then you cross-reference all the uses of a certain word. And Strong's Concordance, this is done for the Bible. The basically the concordance for the Bible. I don't even know if there are many others, but there might be. And every word is assigned a number, and then you have all the reference for every word of all the uses where this is used, and then you can compare the meaning in those different contexts in all the different verses. And there are two versions of this. One is for Hebrew, for the Old Testament, and one is for Greek, for the New Testament. And I am very confused if you claim that we don't translate the original Greek, then why are, or the manuscripts from Greek, then why do we need this Greek concordance? Is this not used by any translator, or just not the ones you?
Well, I'm saying, well, you did seem to agree that ultimately it stems from the Greek translation, right?
Well, there are many different translations of the Bible, and I think of
you
the
said
New Testament, you commonly translate directly from the Greek because that's the oldest preserved manuscript. Or manuscript.
Do you agree, yes or no, that if you wanted something translated accurately, you would go to Greek and not Hebrew?
For the New Testament, yes.
And also for the Old Testament?
No, the Old Testament, for the Old Testament.
Yeah, okay, I do agree with you. I actually,
Hebrew.
Yeah, I step back, bro. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Old Testament is Jewish God, so yeah, it would most likely be in Hebrew. Yeah, my fault. But yeah.
So
Okay, go ahead.
this says here that Dionysius concluded that there must have been two early Christian leaders named John, both of whom were active in Asia Minor when both the Gospel and the Revelation were derived. The following quotations were drawn from Dionysius' writing, as quoted by the 4th century church historian. The one who wrote these things, i.e. the book of Revelation, calls himself John, and we should believe him. But it is not clear which John he is, for he doesn't call himself the disciple whom the Lord loved, as happens often in the gospel, nor does he say that he was the one who leaned on Jesus' breast, for that he was the brother of James, who both saw and heard the Lord. But surely he would have described himself in one of these ways if he had wanted to make himself clearly known. And then it goes on.
You just debunked Christianity, right? Yeah, because before Christianity, there was Dionysius, right? He was born the 25th of a virgin, exactly like Jesus, right?
Dionysius?
Yeah, Dionysius.
Are you talking about the deity or the...
Well, Dionysius, it's similar to the Jesus narrative, right? He was traveling, he was a teacher, he was a miracle performer.
There's the Greek deity Dionysus, and then there's the philosopher Dionysus.
Yeah, I'm talking about Dionysus, the god of wine.
No, that's Diogenes.
I'm talking about Dionysus, bro. The god of wine.
Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, yes, does predate Christianity.
Yes, obviously so.
I'm not Christian, so yeah.
Well, you're pretty much debunking Christianity as you're talking, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of things that Christianity and the Bible, the biblical text, take both from Western and Eastern philosophy, and you'll see a lot of that capriciousness reflected in the Old Testament, right? The Gnostics believed that the Old Testament God and the New Testament God were two completely different gods.
Well, I'm agnostic, so yeah, I do agree with that. So the God of the Old Testament is the demiurge.
And he's malevolent in nature. But this is
This
is specifically saying that.
What do you mean he's not? Dude?
In Gnostic beliefs, nerd, yes, he's malevolent in nature, according to Gnostic belief systems.
Yeah,
that's why they created the Tower of Babel.
According to Christian Gnosticism, I suppose.
Yeah, but that's the context of what I was saying, right? Was that according to Gnosticism, he would be believed to be malevolent. But essentially what this says is Dionysus believed that whoever rewrote the book of Revelations in Greek, it was not his first language because of the way that it's written, is essentially what this is saying. And I did post it in private chat for you if you want to take a look.
Yep. But yeah, I don't seem to disagree with you on this. But
No.
I mean, that's probably different.
I have told people many times I'm a political Satanist. I am very much an adversary against the idea of separation of church and state. I definitely in support of separation of church and state. I do not believe that the Christian faith is a whole truth. I believe that it is a partial truth, like many other religions. And it's just a moral code to allow people that have not elevated to a certain level of consciousness. It's their standard to live by so that they can maintain their peace within society.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have transcended our lowly state and are now a higher moral being.
It's not like that.
She's like low key turning me on, you know.
I have that effect on people, yes.
I mean, like I can. You're saying these stuff, but I don't think you fundamentally grasp it.
Fundamentally grasp what specifically?
Well, it feels like you're referencing a whole bunch of papers, right? But like, if there was no papers and it was like me and you in the woods somewhere, I don't think you'd be able to, say what you're saying right now.
What do you mean? What is it that you believe I'm articulating?
I mean, it seems like everything you're saying is making sense, but it feels like you have a lot of reference papers, and it feels like you don't fundamentally grasp it
I fundamentally grasp a lot of things, but there's a lot of things that I don't grasp either. So yes, I guess. But in what context?
But you're definitely on my team right now, so I don't want to draw any lines. I just say continue.
I'm not on anybody's team. I am having a conversation to have a conversation, right?
Yeah.
But this, so that y'all understand what I'm saying when I'm discussing levels of consciousness, this is what I mean, right? This is the AQUAL by Ken Wilber. If you've ever been to Earth Awakenings, I've discussed this with Geo. And this is one of Geo's little, not hobbies, but his points of interest. I'll say it that way. He really loves the idea about exploring consciousness and how the mind works and things like that. So this is something that I have brought to his attention prior. And the way that this works is over here where you see developmental levels. This is how frequently you're going to utilize something. And once you go up a level, that doesn't mean that you stop being at this level, right? This is how frequently you're utilizing your levels of consciousness. So 99% of the time, you're going to have reflexive habits. And then 3% of the time, you're going to have like this out-of-body, introspective, individualist, brain fart in your mind, like an aha epiphany moment. And then you
have those a lot?
Do I have out-of-body moments where I realize that other people are sentient beings that are living their own lives and their own reality, and their perception of that reality is different from mine? Yes, all the time, constantly. And, as you go up, less and less of the population utilizes up to this
TexLex.
level 9 here.
TexLex, please cut the crap and tell me the lottery numbers. I really need some help here.
Where are you located?
Germany.
Roughly? Germany? Do y'all play Lotto in Germany?
Yeah, we have
Lotto?
several state-run because
Lotto is the tax for dummies, bro. Like, you're gonna fall for his shit, bro. I'll tell you, it's not real.
Fun fact: I have won more in the lottery than I have yet to spend in about 20 years.
You won more in the lottery than what?
Does the German lottery work the same way our lottery
win the big
works?
prize. I'm hoping for the big prize and banking on TexLex here with some out of body and transcending time experiences, maybe.
Which lotto are you playing?
It's called Aktion Mensch, and it's a social lottery. So basically, the proceeds go to helping disabled people and other people like minorities.
So I'm gonna say 12. 28. 3.
Yeah, never mind. That's
19.
This lottery doesn't work like that.
And 4.
I'd have to, but I can't play the other one. I can try the numbers in the other lottery.
12, 28. 3 and 4.
The first thing in my head when you started saying numbers was, I bet it doesn't even use numbers.
Does it not? It doesn't use numbers?
Or it's not probably not numbers you pick.
I mean, I have a. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you guys seen the movie Lottery? It's an old movie. It's like from the 70s, the 80s.
Negative.
I suggest you find this and watch it. It's about a village community that basically is governed by themselves. And one of the ways that they do this is by doing something called the lottery. Basically, they all pick numbers, everyone in the little community, and whoever gets the number is killed.
Oh, so it's Hunger Games.
Yes, but the families do it, and basically they put sheets over your head and just chuck rocks at your head until you die.
Jesus.
Dude, I don't want to watch that.
Now, you want to hear some really crazy shit? I watched that in school.
That's fucked, dude.
In 8th grade, I watched that.
Yeah. Yeah, they were they were using they were sensitizing you to this kind of stuff, I guess. Or maybe it's just
Probably.
your teacher was kind of fucked up. I don't know. It was part of the program.
No, I think it's part of the program because they also showed. I'm pretty sure everyone here has read and watched Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm.
That's even worse. That's fucking worse.
That's crazy. All right.
I mean, I read Lord of the Flies, but I didn't read it in school. They had us read To Kill a Mockingbird and Beowulf and a couple of Coleridge poems, and then a book about The Sorcerer's Apprentice, which is a book about the Philosopher's Stone. Very, very dry reads. Very dry.
That's how I know you're young.
What can you tell me about the Philosopher's Stone, though?
Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value must be lost.
Now that's what you call a script.
That's what you call being a nerd and watching anime.
She recited it in front of a mirror
35 times.
Yeah.
No,
this morning.
That's literally the opening intro to every Full Metal Alchemist episode ever.
Yes, it is.
But just say that at 0.75 speed. Like, you don't have to.
You want me to say it slower?
I mean,
well, we'll do it. What I'm going to do is
when I study, I put everything at 2 times speed.
So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to definitely take this clip, and I will.
Why you sound autistic.
And I will slow it extra. What did you say?
I'm very autistic.
Why? I'm going to take this clip and I'm going to slow it way down. That whole little spiel she just said.
What?
It's going to be
Humankind
amazing.
cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value must be lost. That is the first law of equivalent exchange. Is that better?
I think she's talking about sacrificing one of us. I hope it's not me.
I hope it's not me.
Sure.
I know it's not me. You get close to me, dude. Like, she's getting sacrificed right then and there.
You know,
not funny.
You can
just your arm and your leg, guys.
You know, you can skip that intro on Netflix, right?
But why? It's like the best intro. And when I watched it, it was on Toonami. It was before Netflix was a thing. We didn't have that option.
Wow. Didn't have that option.
No, we didn't. We were filthy plebeians back then.
Just be like a normal person and watch it on Netflix and skip the
cable
intro.
television.
Yeah, it's crazy though, right? Like we're 5 of us right now having a conversation, right? But if TexLex wasn't here, it would probably be different, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to leave?
No, I don't want you to leave. But I'm just saying. I'm just stating something. Right?
Now let's all decide what we thought that meant. Would it be a good thing or a bad thing if Tex had not shown up on the panel?
That'd probably be a bad thing. It's flowing. It's flowing right now. Like,
She
nerd
definitely brings something to the table. Not
I
quite sure
yeah.
what,
she brings that XX, you know.
Hey, nerd. You took the words out of my mouth. TexLex definitely brings something to this panel.
Y'all don't ever want to talk about the shit I want to talk about. I'm the personality hire, okay? I keep everything mellow.
I'm just saying it doesn't fit my previous categories for conversation.
But TexLex, you probably have some girlfriends, right? Wouldn't they think you're like somewhat crazy, or do they actually like go back and forth with you on this?
My girlfriends are really intelligent women. Like one of them is a robotics technician, and the other one is a physics major. So yeah, we talk about deep shit, but it's not necessarily anything that y'all would find interesting.
So a bunch of ego-inflated women just like spewing.
Jesus Christ! Shots fired.
Well, you know, you have to have a big ego to match your big ego, honey.
True.
Otherwise, how could we be high-class women? You know?
I can't tell if you're flirting, Neo.
Ooh,
like real shit. Like I was like, what did he just say? But then I was like, but I think he's flirting with her. So
well, here, let's go over John Locke's.
She's married, bro. She's damaged goods, dude. I can't touch that.
Damaged goods? If I'm damaged goods, you're certainly damaged goods, considering how often you probably beat your meat. That poor thing is ran through like a floppy piece of bologna.
She said you beat your meat. That means when you do, you're gonna beat your meat like it owes you money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is like once a year. Maybe.
Every now and again, he decides to play left-handed stranger.
But you understand that yeah, you know what? It's Tech's fault. So we need to break this back. Give me a second, Tex. I got to meet for a minute.
All right,
behave yourself.
All right.
John Locke on the state of nature. To understand political power, right, and derive it from its original, we must consider what state all men are naturally in, and that is a state of perfect freedom to order their actions and dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit, within the bounds of law, within the bounds of the law of nature, without asking leave or depending upon the will of other man. Discuss.
Yeah.
See, told you y'all didn't want to talk about what I want to talk about.
No, but what I'm saying is if you truly understood that, it would have came out a bit more understandable. You know,
I'm reading it.
Out the script again. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading it because it's part of my coursework, because that's what's important to me right now. Is
I was just going to say, are we doing your homework for you? Or
yes.
what?
Yeah. That's exactly what she's trying to have happen. The problem is she doesn't. This is what she does. She comes in and she's looking at her work right now, and she gets to a part where she gets confused with something. So then she unmutes and she starts talking to us. It takes her away from the part.
Any of this.
Okay, I understand that. But then what happens is she gets to a part where she goes, I wonder if any of these people could do my work for me. And then she starts asking questions that are relevant to her stuff, but she slightly does it so it kind of fits, like she acts like it fits in, so she can try to get answers.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
That was only with my physics and engineering homework, okay?
Okay, but hang on. Before you start, we're gonna end this up. We're gonna end this out. I'm gonna go ahead and start. So you know, Neo. I'm gonna give you like a good 30 to a minute to say whatever the fuck you want without interruption. Shawn, did you want to close out and say anything?
Just thanks for having me on. Really enjoyed the stream, even though I was in and out and, kind of all over the place. But always interesting topics, and I really appreciate the conversation. Thanks for everything.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, sir. Nerd, did you want to close us out with something?
Thanks for having me. I think we had some interesting conversations. I think I found it interesting what Neo has to say. I don't agree, but that's another issue. Or I don't agree on some things. Then TexLex came and we talked about everything from meteorites over political Satanism, if I remember correctly, over the intro of Full Metal Alchemist, and what was the last thing even? Out of body experiences, anything. Anyway, there was something for everyone, I think. So yeah, it was fun.
All right. Neophyte. See, I said your name right now. I'm not going to call you Noah ever again.
No, yeah, Neo, yeah. But yeah, I do like Noah though, because right, he survived the flood, right? No, I'm just kidding. But
yeah, did you want to close this out with anything? Got 30 seconds to a minute.
Well, you were talking about doing work, right? So it seemed like TexLex was being an energy vampire in these last minutes.
Fuck you.
Hey, Tex. What are you doing? This is his time, Tex. Zip it. Go ahead.
Anyways, no,
sorry about that, Neo. I apologize for that rude interruption. They're your 30 to 1 minute of time. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, anyways, this is the first time coming on the podcast, and I had a blast, dude. Keep doing your shit, dude.
Yep, absolutely. TexLex, I guess you can go ahead now. Go ahead. You're not muted anymore. No, you're gonna go mute now. You're not gonna say anything. Are you in protest at the moment?
Piss off. Fuck your mother. Fuck your grandmother. Fuck your greasy grandpa. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your family. Dishonor on your cow.
Ooh.
Thank you, Tex. I appreciate that. Okay, so guys, I do appreciate it. Neo. Hey, man, thanks you for showing up. It is your first time. I appreciate you being on the panel, man. I definitely would appreciate you coming back more often and have more conversations. I've heard you have conversations that didn't turn out right, but I feel like, especially now, that it probably is more them than you. I do absolutely appreciate your outlook on things. It has a different. It changes things up a tad bit, and I like that a lot. So I do definitely appreciate you being here. Shawn, you're always welcome here, man. You're my boy. Nerd, always welcome, my friend. I do appreciate you being here. You are the smart one on the panel today, so it helps me a lot. Tex? So, guys,
all right, keep it on, Shawn.
Tex, come on, man.
Don't worry, you don't gotta worry about me ever showing up again. How about that?
Yeah, I will punch you in your throat if you start like that. You better stop.
Oh, I absolutely. Come on, come punch me in the throat, Shawn. 9
so
rounds of knuckle boxing.
Don't want to do that.
Mutual combat. I'm claiming it.
All right. It is what it is. We're gonna do this then.
Sign the contract. Contract.
She has the audacity to interrupt me, right? So I guess props to her.
And I'll do it again.
Yeah, so props to you for that.
What you gonna do about it?
Angry.
What you gonna do about it?
Well,
I know what I'm gonna do. Watch this.
Of internet.
You're gonna call me.
I have
internet.
I have a whole new stop the commotion thing. Watch this. Ready?
Let's go, Flo.
I love that so much. That was amazing. That panel I was talking about, Tex. Wow. That's the guy's panel. That was it right there.
Okay, I want to go.
That shit was crazy. They're usually on pretty late. You go he streams around like 11 or something. For everyone, I'm talking about a YouTube channel called Flow State. It's pretty badass. They talk about everything, drama, just everything, everything except physics and stuff. So it kind of gives me away from the physics side of always talking about things. But I like that thing. Tomorrow, I want to do a stream, and I would love for it to be about what if the moon was struck by a meteorite. That'd be awesome. Very awesome.
Yeah, that sounds cool, man. Yeah, I won't be there, but yeah, sure.
Well, if you get a chance,
I'll probably tune in, dude. Like, I like sci-fi every now and again. Yeah.
Nice. So with that being said, guys, I'm gonna go. I really don't have anything to ramble. We did a very long stream today. I will schedule this, so you'll probably see the schedule for this tonight, for the one for tomorrow. I mean, and then I will see you guys then. Until then, guys, peace.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm bad is she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue and her toes feel like white. They complete me, med, at the soul for my leg. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.